very gratified by it. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on Ibn Gabriel is dedicated by Kay Wiggs, who wants to honor her grandfather, who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Ramiro Matos, and by Barb and Kelly Malikar in memory of Lou and Jenny Ehrlich. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people who are donated to the Student Scholarship Fund for the lectures, and that's great. But what I especially like is the fact that people are still giving to the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. You see, we've got a couple more anonymous grants of $100 and $101. We're now at $10,249, and we've got a few weeks left to hit $100,000. So we'll somehow make it. I also want to give a special thank you, as I mentioned, to those of you who came last week. It was really wonderful. We had a huge crowd. There was a lot of sushi that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a meaningful experience talking about my new book, which is selling really well. I'm pleased to say it feels great to know that many people are appreciating it, and it's getting in the hands of readers who will enjoy it. Also, if you're interested in learning more, I will be having another book signing, this time in the 5 towns. So if you're out in Long Island this Thursday night, it's Kristallnacht. Of course, that's a very important date in the history of the Holocaust. And I'll be speaking about the new book in that context, and I welcome you to come on out or send your friends in the 5 towns to come see it. Okay, so let's go to the material per se. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, and I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounced our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago, when someone pointed out to me it's not Ibn Gabriel, it's Ibn Gabirol or Gavirol. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's Ibn Gabirol, not Gabriel. So embarrassed, I even said it to a rabbi, and the rabbi corrected me, and I felt humiliated, but it's good because it gets rid of my sins for Yom Kippur. Anyway, so we're going to look at Ibn Gabirol. That's our subject for tonight. A fascinating figure who lived a rather troubled life. He's, of course, directly within the period that we've been focusing on for the entire semester, looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until for a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at the Jews in Christian Spain up until 1492. His dates are roughly 1021 to 22. He was born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Saragossa, which is kind of central to the Iberian Peninsula. His life was rather short. There's some debate over exactly when he died, but quite likely he died before he reached the age of 40, which in Jewish thought is generally considered a misa meshuna, a strange death. To have to die before the age of 40 is definitely out of the norm. He tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, only 2 of them survived, and one of them was misattributed to another author for the last 1,000 years. And we'll discuss exactly how it was discovered to be actually one of Ibn Gabirol's works. It's rather fascinating. He lived a difficult life. He was orphaned as a young child. He found a patron, and then before he turned 20, the patron died. And he was regarded as a brilliant individual, a fantastic poet, and of course, in Spanish society, poetry was the acme of all virtues. So he had always an audience to attend to his poems, and he had customers for his poems when he was writing them for hire, but he was not well loved for his personality. He was known to be quite irascible, and the greats of that era all spoke of him as this kind of enfant terrible that was, very talented, brilliant even, tremendously prolific. They all had fantastic respect for his poetry and, as we shall see, for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the great Moses Ibn Ezra had some things to say about that, we'll see in a second. but it contributed to the fact that he died alone. He was never able to marry. He was never able to form that kind of relationship with a person, as far as we can tell. Even his supporters, like Shmuel Hanagid, who we discussed earlier, wanted to keep him at arm's length because of his difficult personality makeup. Mostly, Ibn Ezra writes, although he was a philosopher as far as intellectual attainments were concerned, yet his anger always got the better of his understanding. He was unable to control his temper and was easily led to ridicule great men and to subject them to contempt in his writings. A little bit of a glimpse of the contradictions in Gabriel's personality, because we will read shortly just a little bit of his incredibly refined and passionate religious poetry, in which you see the depth of his personal tshuva, his personal repentance, and his self-awareness, at least in the poetic verse. But his contemporaries report that, he had episodes of misanthropy that made it difficult for him to get along with others. Here's a reference from his own poetry. He writes, "When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble with my thunder. I am not like the man who speaks mellow words and bows and scrapes in humility." A little sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality, a sense of where he comes from. Here's my favorite, though. Check this out. "My light is diffused through the world, yet I am dirt beneath the feet of my true friends." Meaning, if I love you, if you're one of my friends, I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Just ask whatever you want. I will do it for you. "Dust to those who keep faith with me." Meaning, you won't find a more loyal or true associate than I. "But to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads." And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. "Now that you have failed me, untie the bonds of friendship. I blot thy name from my speech and will never stoop to mention it again." It's like, this is a person you don't want to cross. You can see why he would be regarded in this rather negative way. You get a sense of his personality from just a few snippets of the kinds of things that he wrote about this. It's ironic. Let's go straight to the mistaken identity, because it's so. There's a great historical irony here in that the contrast between his elevated ethereal writings and his personal inability to control his anger are expressed in this being outside of the major corpus of great Jewish writers in the area where he was most brilliant, which was his philosophy. Not so much his poetry, in my humble opinion. It's kind of like shunted away from Jewish trajectory for a couple of reasons. The first is the disappearance of, without question, his most famous work, which was called Fons Vitae. Here's a cover of one of them. Fons Vitae means the source of life in Latin. The ironic history of this magnum opus, his philosophical masterwork, is that it did not, he wrote it originally in Arabic, as we've seen many of the Jews in Al-Andalus wrote their great works in Arabic. Maimonides, of course, writing in Judeo-Arabic. So he's written this book, and he was also, there was a certain level of hubris in his writing, in that he wanted to so distance himself from the Judaic tradition that he did not cite any Jewish sources other than the Bible in Fons Vitae. It's written as if, it's just reason and scripture, without, any of the rabbinic works, the Midrash, the Talmud, any of the Kabbalistic mystical writings. They're not present in Fons Vitae. It's just quoting scripture, and he's expressing a Neoplatonist philosophy, which I'll describe to you in a couple of slides from now. The Arabic original did not survive the vicissitudes of history. It was not picked up by Jews in any significant way as a core text, like, let's say, Maimonides' writings. But it was, as we saw with Ibn Ezra last week, translated into Latin in the 12th century by one John of Spain. The only thing that we had hanging around that was sort of like it was a 13th century Hebrew version. which only took extracts of it by someone named Shem Tov Ibn Yosef, and it was copied and copied and copied, and the author's name, Ibn Gabiro, was eventually changed to Latin Avi Sabrol or Avi Sabron. And so for many, many centuries, until the 1850s, it was believed that this work, which is in Latin Fons Vitae, was originally written possibly in Latin or maybe in Arabic by some Christian perhaps, but there was no idea that it was associated with a Jew. There was no association with traditional rabbinic texts, and so it was simply lost. And for 800 years, it became incredibly popular with Christians. St. Thomas Aquinas is very much involved with Fons Vitae. It was a core text and runaway popular book with Christians, but Jews are basically forgotten about it. It was in the 19th century. Here's a publication which it is associated now with Ibn Gabiro, but at the time it was famous. It was still Avis Sebron, Avis, like what it says there. Until a 19th century French scholar named Salomon Monk found an abbreviated version of Makor Chaim, which was the Hebrew title, Makor Chaim, the source of life, and he read through it and he said, gee, that sounds a lot like Fons Vitae, and he was able to match them up and then finally associate once and for all, and it's widely accepted now that Ibn Gabiro is the author of this core Christian text. And in fact, if you look at many of the covers of the medieval versions of it, you see like huge, pictures of Jesus by a well and things like that. That's the way that Christians appreciate it, Ibn Gabiro, without realizing that the Jew is actually at the authorship of this important work. So it is ironic that, despite his boastful words, which were not out of place in general in Arabic Jewish culture, he was largely forgotten to his own people in his philosophy. That is not the case, however, with his poetry. And in fact, it is through his poetry that he's lived on. Very prolific poet with over 300 poems that have survived. He was very precocious. As a young man at age 16, he wrote his first famous poem, which rendered all 613 commandments in verse. And we should recall that the Andalusian poets had a special affinity for acrostics, where they spell out words in the first letter of each line and things like that. And it's amazing when you see that the meter works, the rhyme works, and the letters are all absolutely essential to the entire poem, that you could not add another line, you could not take away a line without ruining the entire puzzle. And it's a work of tremendous intellectual gymnastics to be able to put all of these things together into a poem. At age 19, he wrote, following an example set by Sadia Gaon out east, he wrote a poem detailing the rules of Hebrew grammar in 400 verses. Again, an amazing feat of intellectual mastery of both the subject matter and the expression that is associated with Ibn Gabiro. But his poetry is primarily religious, philosophical in nature. And what I mean by that is that he has a very complicated philosophical outlook that we'll explore in the next unit shortly, that he renders into poetic verse. In other words, he expresses this complex metaphysical notion of the universe in verse. I'll read you just a couple of passages from what is, without doubt, the most famous of his works. It's this huge poem that takes up about, 60 pages in this thick book here of Hebrew English poetry. It's called Keter Malchut, the Crown of Glory. It has been adopted into the Yom Kippur liturgy for Sephardim, and it is a very beloved piece of work because it goes through, again, with these complicated acrostics, this philosophical overview of the entire universe. It's very astrological in nature. He goes through the creation of all the planets and what they're for and what they exert upon the world. He goes through the organs of the human body and what they are all about and how God fashioned them and so on. And you get this tremendously majestic view of everything that God created. And then he connects it to personal repentance in a way that makes it so perfect for Yom Kippur. So let me just read you in English the beginning, the first stanza, and then let me read you a section I chose for repentance. So this poem begins with a little introduction that says, "May this my prayer aid mankind, the path of right and worth to find. The living God, his wondrous ways, herein inspire my song of praise. Nor is the theme at undue length set down. Of all my hymns, behold the royal crown." By the way, the translation is masterful by the great Israel Zangwill, very important Anglo-Jewish poet and novelist. Okay, so here's where it actually begins. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly..." These are hard words. "Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly knoweth. Thine, O Lord, are the greatness and the might, the beauty, the triumph, and the splendor. Thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art exalted as head over all. Thine are all riches and honor. Thine is the creatures of the heights and depths. They bear witness that they perish while thou endurest. Thine is the might in whose mystery our thoughts can find no stray. So far art thou beyond us. In thee is the veiled retreat of power, the secret and the foundation." In the Hebrew, I'll read you just a little bit of it. You hear the echoes of verses in Tehillim and Psalms and passages from the Bible. So it all has a familiar air to it, based on that literary technique we discussed earlier called shibutz, where he'll ornament or bring in passages from biblical things. So when you're reading it and you have strong biblical literacy, then you understand, far greater depth and allusions that are inherent in it. So, what it says, "L'cha Hashem hagdula v'hagvura v'hatiferet v'hanetzach v'hahod. L'cha Hashem hamlamlacha v'hamitnaseh l'chol harosh v'hosher v'chavod. L'cha brui mala u'mata ya'idu ki hema yovedu v'ata ta'amod." Sorry, I said that Ashkenaz were in it. Ta'amod. "L'cha hagvura asher b'sodah mil'u rayonenu la'amod. Ki atzamta mimenu ma'od. L'cha chavion ha'oz hasod v'hayesod." So if you're familiar with Hebrew and if you're regular in the synagogue, you'll recognize many of those passages as being taken directly from the liturgy or from Tanakh and so on, and they inform every line of this massive poem. So as I mentioned, it goes through this beautiful cosmic overview of everything in creation, how God created it, and you walk away on Yom Kippur. Here it is, you're not eating, you're reading this massive poem, and you're feeling the greatness of God's existence. Okay, so here's a passage just to give you a sense of how deep his personal tshuva is. How, we've seen how others have referred to him, how he regrets his own misbehavior. He says, "Oh my God, I know that my sins are too great to tell, and my trespasses too many to remember. Yet as a drop from the sea will I make mention of some, and make confession of them." He will, by the way, go through a long series of acrostics of all different kinds of sins, which we see in the Ashkenazic liturgy as well. Al-Chait prayers and things like that is the same idea. "Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their waves and their crashing, and thou wilt hear from heaven and forgive. I have trespassed against thy law. I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred them in my heart, and with my mouth spoken slander. I have committed iniquity, and I have wrought evil. I have been presumptuous, I have done violence, I have plastered over falsehood, I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed. I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. I have stiffened my neck, I have loathed, I have rebuked and done wickedly. I have corrupted my ways, I have strayed from my paths. I have transgressed and turned away from thy commandments. But thou art just in all that has come upon me, for thou hast dealt truly, and I have dealt wickedly. O God, my countenance falleth, when I remember all wherein I have provoked thee. For all the good which thou hast bestowed on me, I have requited thee with evil. For thou hast created me not from necessity, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstance, but by favor and love. And before I was, With thy mercies didst thou receive me, and breathe into me a spirit, and call me into being. And after I came forth into the light of the world, thou didst not forsake me, but like a tender father didst thou watch over my growing up. It goes on in this vein. I don't want to, make you do tshuva in the month of Cheshvan, because we have a few months still to do Averos, and then we can catch up on Yom Kippur. But you get the idea of I think, the depth of his poetic sensibility and why he was so beloved as a poet. As we shall see at the end of this class, he is immensely quotable, so much so that he's one of those few Jewish poets who have sort of breached the barrier between being an internal Jewish celebrity and being a world celebrity. Like people like Maimonides, who are able to inform the world, even in other languages, as being of great depth and wisdom. Okay, so let's talk about his philosophy a little bit, because in many ways that's really the core of what he was all about. His poetry is deeply informed by his metaphysics, and it's impossible to understand his poetry in any depth without grasping the larger sense of his philosophical view. So he was one of the great Neoplatonists. What is a Neoplatonist? Well, let's start with what is a Platonist, and then we'll work through the Neo part. Here is the classic painting, of course, the School of Athens by Raphael, 16th century. It's in the Sistine Chapel, which is a very beautiful building near some schools in Rome. And this shows like all of these great thinkers from the Periclean age in Athens. Socrates is over here in green. He's, of course, the father of philosophy. I'm not an art historian, so I don't really know why Socrates is off to the side. I would have put him and he's looked in profile too. You'd think he would be more central. But definitely the most important figures are central to the image. You see here Plato and Aristotle, two figures who had an incredibly large influence on Jewish thought, coming from the other side of the barrier, as it were. Plato here shown on the right, the elder who was the student of Socrates, and his student Aristotle over here. And Plato and Aristotle differed in so many things. You can see that Plato in this picture here is pointing to the heavens, as it were, saying that what is true is above. And Aristotle, on the other hand, he's saying, no, it's on the earth. Empirical studies are what's important, and so on. Plato and his ideology was very, you can see it in Ibn Gabiro in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect, a mathematically exact world that could not be contained within material forms. And in fact, he uses the term in Greek eidos, or in English forms or ideas, to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like, if you're familiar with the Republic, if you studied philosophy when you're in college, in the 6th chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets. And because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun and trees and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemera. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes, because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff is garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfect in forms. Plato, you just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And a huge difference over the empirical status of reality. And most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There's one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, right, we say in the Hebrew tradition, Ein od milvado, there is nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well. We don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existents are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. And so that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Ibn Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature and his contribution to scholastic thought, again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas that did not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas, is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, chomer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabiro, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless. Like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap-looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the kilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is a classic idea of Ibn Gabiro. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabiro is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and is basically ignored by Jews. Philo, we won't go into any much detail today, but he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really. And he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the derech, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabriel similarly heavily influences scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very, esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning, if metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe, ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interrelate. And that's really important for Jews who spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy and rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to leak copy it in Ibn Gabriel's name, and we have it to this day. It's called Mivchar HaPnimim, which means the choice of pearls. And it's essentially a sequel to his Makor HaChaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, he gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is. You wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Gabriel. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of wanted to skip to the chase. How are we supposed to behave? So it basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the 4 elements and the 4 humors. This is kind of like also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of like ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpahdik. So, or mercy. These characteristics are alike in respect to cold. But all of these things, according to Ibn Gabriel, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about not getting too upset, not getting too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read upside down. Pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency. Hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interesting that cowardice he puts there with heat, but that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now, if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness. Also, these are great words. Grief and hard-heartedness. And the whole map, which is central to this book, Mivchar HaPnimim, talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the 4 elements, and with black gall in terms of the 4 humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to an ethical center. A very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. Get the sense of Ibn Gabriel's sophisticated, complicated thought. The metaphysics informs the ethics. And when you go back and read something poetic like Keter Malchut, and you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression, it deeply enriches the understanding of his poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas that he's expressing in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translation that, there's more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pithy quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful one. And Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind these 2. Okay, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? And it's not a secret at all. But if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you understand half of what's going on. And then finally, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. So yeah, that's kind of that quality to it. Okay, great. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. He was like a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today amongst Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva, as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya ibn Pakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabriel. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Chovos HaLevavos, The Obligations of the Heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted, and I decided to cut them out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Tekoa, Israel, to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all the people who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is not quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback and corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe you consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site. They give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who will appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah of the physician Rabbi. Second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today, and it's a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge the name of things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I am very excited. I think that will be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbi Bachia on Chobos Levavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book, amazing sefer, and I look forward to learning with you then. Okay, have an excellent week. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. I'm just so amazed with the range of depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachia, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly. He was the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chobos Levavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the B-roll lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it's probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke, this is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around a breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready, and he drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. I don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. And he's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, what is it, Rabbi? He says, you buttered the wrong side. There's a Jewish humor in there. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find the best place. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. He's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. And it's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. We should have Refuah Shalema, we should have a complete healing, and we should know more sorrow. Another very quick kind of point, piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side. Really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also very important to good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of, immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather GINOs, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in Name Only. And it's based of part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. It doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes. This is kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived. And most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. He was born, when he died. We have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas Halavavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from Hora'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvah. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way, but what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here, Hebrew B'Lashon Aravit, Harav Hagadol HaChassid, written in Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic, although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? Our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. Bechaye. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. The Nekudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachia, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachia would be something like Beit Het Yud He, maybe, but people say Bachia. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a shva, so it would be the Bechaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, and he is finally, we know he was a Dayan HaSefaradi, the Sephardic judge, or judge from Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Ibn Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachia that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue by Rabbi Yehuda Ibn Tibon. And there's some fascinating things Ibn Tibon. It's a fascinating thing. Ibn Tibon was the progenitor of a multi-generation family of translators in Provence, in particular in France, who were rendering Sephardic Arabic classics into Hebrew. And this is a period when in the 12th century, when the Almohads come in and the Al-Andalus period of the golden era begins to wane with the Orthodox Muslim persecution of the kind of cosmopolitan environment. And so Arabic readers are fleeing from Spain, including Maimonides, we saw before. Yehuda Levi leaves, and others. The Alfasi, ironically, moves to Spain at this point. But this is a period when Sephardic Jewish culture in Spain is in decline, and it's now being transmitted to a new generation in Christian Europe. So Ibn Tibon and his children and his grandchildren were all well-versed in Arabic, and they rendered almost all of these great classics, the Mor and the Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, the Kuzari that we spoke about a few weeks ago, it all came from Ibn Tibbon's translation house. This, amazingly, is the very first work of Sephardic Arabic literature that Ibn Tibbon chose to render into Hebrew. It's my contention, I haven't read it anywhere else, but I think it's true. It's my contention that he chose this over Maimonides. Well, actually, Maimonides would be difficult because I don't think he wrote the guide at that point, but he chose him over Yehuda Levi, he chose him over so many other authors because Chovot HaLevavot was so unique and original. It was a path-breaking work, and that's why Ibn Tibbon chose to start what ended up being a massive translation project with this particular work. And then just to make it a little more complicated, it has a modern translation by Pinchas Yehuda Lieberman. So I didn't actually bother taking a typical sample page, but if you can sort of see when I hold up mine, there's on the top, there's a few paragraphs in one Hebrew font. Can you zoom in on this there, David, just for fun? Let's see how close you can get. I don't know, how does it look? Yeah, hey, can you read it okay? What if I do like this? No, anyways, okay. So the on the top, there's the Hebrew translation of Ibn Tibbon. But because Ibn Tibbon, as he mentions in his introduction, he wants very much to try and preserve the language of Rabbeinu Bachya as precisely as possible. He renders Arabic terms in Hebrew characters with little comment. And so you have all these obscure philosophic terms that make sense to Arabic readers, but don't make sense to Hebrew readers. It's very difficult. So there's been a tradition of retranslating Ibn Tibbon, often by people who don't read Arabic but read Hebrew well, and they render it into an easier Hebrew, which I tended to read much more. It takes a little longer because it takes more words to explain the concepts, but the more modern Hebrew, in this case is a 20th century translation, is just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Feldheim. Another edition that I consulted online, an English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access Chovot HaLevavot. And that's where I should go on to the next slide at this point. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him. And in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he had to have lived before Ibn Tibbon, because Ibn Tibbon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there are some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirov that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, you remember that square we looked at with the 5 different, or the 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachya. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud. And it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, or meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. It sounds like a controversy, like, ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying, and they figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Rothschild, used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, rabbis engaged in a Talmudic discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as White had put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms. You have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek means wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? With some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, let's use that word probably more appropriately, that term, Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Torah Sinai, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe? That goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such a profoundly deep legal tradition, because we explore the material and real implications of the foundational principles with which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in Law 1, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school, and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does the survey class. At the end of the class, says, and before everyone is dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, and the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, says, listen, you leave me alone, and I'll... Right? So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have starting us. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Phobos Levavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah. And then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In the 11th century, 12th century, you begin to say the early codes, like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the tachlis? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed. Just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Chovot HaLevavot did was he said, wait a second, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Chovot HaLevavot is all about. So I'm not going to talk about, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should, be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask, would probably be best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovot HaLevavot earlier. And my wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it. So not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabadnik here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp. And my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musar." And my daughter wrote back and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus," right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovot HaLevavot. It all starts with Rabbeinu Bachya, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halachically. We have to see a little bit about what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the content of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, of Chovot HaLevavot, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Chovot HaLevavot, are named after gates. So one of the obviously, I know what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and in Israel. And we look at this. God forbid, we don't want to look at them, but occasionally we see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and just say, what do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus, we did. We shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate, right? So the Forbidden Gate, let's start, and I'll show you the example. Or let's just jump to the example, and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel, that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbi Bachia recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbi Bachia, the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, it's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like this. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded. He said, God is one. Right, that's definitely something that Jews can resonate with. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which explains on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachia, and I'll read it in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago, there was scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, probably it's the Sufis. Anyways, the question is asked about the creator, Mahu. What is he? The answer is Echad, one God. God is one. Amalo Shoel, so the questioner asks, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu. How is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amaro Melech Gadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amaro Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amaro, what's the Hebrew term? Tzipia. Tzipia. So Tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sophel, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? Where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. That's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobel explains,
Well, I'll give you got a chance to what's out. Let's roll, girl.
You can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbi Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashor. So the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo. So the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra. Lo nivra, sorry. Lo al boire. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbi Bachya would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibbon. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said. Don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I'm in a good mood, I guess. We once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov, and the second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov, Tehila Abramov, I think. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, And I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made little notes and stuff like that to myself. And then I gave her the book, and she read. And I figured she would read the women's section, and we talk about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes. And before reading her section, she had to, query me about, why did you write that? Why didn't you write this? Lost my train of thought. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart, of trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's the first thing I want to have a relationship with God. Well, who is God? So the first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends into what scholars tend to call negative theology. Because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by nots. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. If God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say I read, I'm over 40 years old, I figured I could get away with it. I didn't understand it. But the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. The Rabbi Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Esha Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, emunah pshuta, in belief in a creator, and even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. Like you say, wow, I never thought of that. And all of a sudden you got 5 years of going off the derech, trying to figure out, you got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides' Yad Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei HaTorah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows, and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that such a from Sephardi Dayan, a judge, could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? Now, as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature around Belarusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe. But I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish, you're not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, kids stay far away from this one, it's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get anywhere close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. We can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because of copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito. And let's pause to discuss that. Wow. Mi ka'amcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz. These Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song that's totally not okay, and we like the word Despacito, we like the tune, and then we just totally transvalue it. we eat the fruit and we throw away the peel. And just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archives, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it would be alive and fresh and moist. It would have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. That because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachya using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Chuvas Levavos on the shelf. So Rabbeinu Bachya's work, it's still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, let's go on. Oh, days me. So much to say there. But that was fun, wasn't it? I think so. Right. Okay, so the foundation of it. So these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is he describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, higher level of self-awareness and of ethical perfection and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose here. The first gate we've talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is for Shar HaYichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then the next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating Andalusian kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says, if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. And he says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolabe. It was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. He says, you have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God through our experience of the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He talks about how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to eat, and things like that. And he goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually put my wife aside to read this to her. Who the child? And then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. And his parents are not disgusted with him. And they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. You have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the parent of teenagers. And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's an adolescent. Until he becomes adult. Until he becomes an adult and learns to speak and comport himself properly like a human being. Right? So I'm sorry, I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is like, that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. You know, that's, some people are nodding. Anyways, so that's the gate of discernment. It's all about discerning the case of like, see what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by something. The gate of divine service, Avodah Elohim, which is all about, okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. You see God in the universe, well, get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in shul for minyan. How to daven properly, how to like put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational, as always. The gate of trust, of bitachon, how to trust God. Very, very hard. If we had more time, there's one section I wanted to read to you.
I don't know
7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. Like you have to trust in this way, and then you have to learn to trust in this way. And reading a chapter like that just gives you such a sense of wellness and such a sense of calm and a sense that, you know, the universe is my friend because God protects me. Phenomenal classic work of Rothschild. Gate of unity of purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea of like, you don't have to have everything. You can like live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate, the gate of the love of God, which is also where Maimonides ends his famous book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God, which is much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. Right. The last part of the book is the only thing that we have in Rabbeinu Bachya's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochacha, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. Speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to like focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, you know, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through Holis levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends and see if they can enlighten me as to who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very beautiful one that I think would be wonderful to revive. It's printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the book. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldheim edition, and I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up Kovas Levavos if you've not read it yet and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter. You don't need to go straight to the second chapter. But it is a work of phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique in that it starts off this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that develop from the Chovos Levavos. Each is very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have halachic Musar, which you see much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. We can go on and on, but the idea is it all really comes back to Chovos Levavos. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you. And I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Henry Abramson speaking. I'm so delighted to be historian leading the River cruise as we make our way along the River from Ireland, Portugal, down to Spain with kosher riverboat cruises. This promises to be an absolutely fantastic experience, both from the cultural level as well as the educational level, and of course, in terms of preaching efforts. Boat that we'll be traveling on. I don't even say we should use the word. It has to be like a ship or maybe a vessel or something like that. Looks like an absolutely amazing experience. Wow. I'm so thrilled with the idea of some time with the kind of bright, motivated, intelligent students that I'm used to here in Portland and Rothschild as we explore unique features that allowed Sephardic Jewry to develop in such an unusual way. We'll be looking at the entire canon of Sephardic Jewish history, all the way from the ancient settlements from the Roman period before into the Visigothic era, and then the Golden Age, of course, of Jews in Muslim Spain and Al-Andalus, and much more difficult period of the Inquisition, the expulsions, and so on. And I'm hoping we'll also spend a fair bit of time looking at the phenomenon of the crypto Jews. Those Jews who chose to disguise their identity in order to maintain their existence in a very tenuous environment, and look at how they made a major impact, not only on the populations of the Iberian Peninsula, but also into Europe, the Middle East, and North America as well. And this is going to be an absolutely fantastic experience. I'm looking forward to participating with you. I hope you'll visit the website to learn more. There's so much information there about the specific locations of the boat will dock and the vessel will dock. And we're working on the educational program right now in trying and make sure that we can take advantage of all of the architectural and archaeological and cultural spots that we'll be able to visit along the Duno River. Wow, this is amazing. I'm so glad my wife got willing to be coming with us as well. She will have a lot to do, for sure. So I hope to see you on this trip. I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy this very good
You like this guy?
Great topic tonight. We're going to talk about Abraham Zacuto, also known as Zakut or Zechut, a fascinating individual, an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion. We're just going to touch on it briefly today as sort of in passing for Zacuto's life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details of the expulsion. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of the unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to the Jews of the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. But I'm going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let me start with the joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I've yet to succeed. I happen to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. So you will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chelm. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. I told you a different joke. This is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chelm. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews. And you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chelm, and he's one night he's going into this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse and he's leading it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on in there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. Going out to the glade of trees there. And he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "Who's me? Who's me?" And so the horse thief comes out, and the farmer says to him, "Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you?" He says, Yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. And he, on the spot, he thinks very quickly, and he says, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for honest Jews like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been completely, made equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again. And the farmer, credulous Chelmite that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest, and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. Goes into the horse market, and he's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. Goes up to him, he sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height, checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and he says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Okay. It's not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate your very polite audience. Okay, thank you to Mr. Sklar for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in the lectures, and it's great to have him here. He votes to continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good and welfare. I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers, which is a really kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay, another really important thing. This is a good and welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry reading by an exceptional individual, our very own Professor Yoshua November. He teaches composition here at the college, and he is an award-winning poet. We have spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. We should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published 2 books, so we're reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary publications, and he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. we have a rare privilege to have him on our campus. And I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments. And he is, by the way, perhaps the #1 most popular professor on campus. So I think we will have a lot of students here as well. It's going to be a really special evening. I hope you'll be able to come. I know it's a Tuesday, but if you can make it on Tuesday night next week, it will be fantastic. Okay, so jumping ahead to where we left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material then. Abraham Zacuto. So the name Zacuto, it's a Latinization of the Hebrew term zechut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the horrific expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways even more cruel than the Spanish expulsion, and that we will push off a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe, and was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. In fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish, and he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in his Sefer Yuchasin. So he kind of changed and became much more of a Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides and Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, who were able to excel in their secular activities and in their Jewish activities simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abravanel. That's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. So it's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we'll have some time to contemplate at the end of this course, or at the end of this semester, why is it? What were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like the grandfather, we don't know, but his grandson was also quite a famous scientist, and as a result, we have a likeness here. His activity was primarily in astronomy and astrology. And if you'll recall what we spoke about in the lecture about Ibn Ezra, these two terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the various planetary bodies and the understanding of their various orbits and paths and so on. And astrology, a little bit more of on the woo-woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life. Fading off into horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier in this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the, you can say, superstitious elements of approaching the stars, although there is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ibn Ezra perhaps gave us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs together in a consistent system. But we'll also see the same thing happening with Abraham Zacuto. At this time, in one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was one particular noble person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well, please. I apologize. I should have remembered all of the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it. But it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well. And the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well is because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate that the next auspicious day for a left eye operation will occur for another 12 years. I happen to have an opening, though. So he actually suggested he not have the operation because the stars are not so aligned. But you see in this example sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca. He was born in 1452 in that region, and he actually taught astronomy there as well, working in their famed library. This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about astronomy and astrology to his students there. This is, again, one of those very special periods of time in which, in the pursuit of knowledge, the pure pursuit of knowledge, there was no or little distinction paid to the religious background of the person who was sharing that knowledge with students. It is a very bright but very fleeting moment in world history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his demonstrated knowledge, he was able to actually rise and teach Christians in a secular environment like the college. In fact, he enjoyed the patronage of the church, largely because of a work he wrote called Hachibor Hagadol, the Great Collection, or the Great Book, which is essentially a Hebrew compilation of astronomical teachings. He viewed himself as a descendant, an intellectual descendant of Maimonides, and that he was improving on Maimonidean theorems for how the astronomy could be calculated and the planetary bodies could be tracked. Maimonides definitely did take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the removal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants, and then immediately after that, immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was losing a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. I think it was every century. Russia, by the way, only got on board with the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. Yeah, so they actually have an 11-day gap where nothing happened in Russian history because they have to catch up. The Muslims follow a lunar calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months, but that means only 359 days a year. And so that means that the seasons are constantly shifting. If you go over a 10-year period, you'll see that holidays that were in the fall one year will be in the summer another year, and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims later adopted, but there are certain key pegs in time that are mandated by Scripture. The holiday of Passover is called Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. So you cannot have Passover occur anytime except the spring. And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure that Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long time, and we actually excelled in these kind of astronomical calculations. The bishop of Salamanca was so taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. They were actually rendered into Castilian, which was like one of the local languages, Romance languages of the period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, doesn't it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardim and science. Here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking the astrolabes, which up until this point were made out of wood, and he designed them out of copper, which not only made them far more durable. We even actually have astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations, but they're also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for, this is a remarkably important device that was incredibly popular in the 15th century. Everybody was writing about it, including Ibn Ezra, who wrote a treatise on how to use these devices and so on. It's basically an instrument that can measure distances over long distances. Like what you do is it has like moving arms, and you stick your eye on one spot, and you line up the arms. Like let's say you want to measure the height of a tall building or a mountain far away. You line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into your naked eye, and you line up the a horizontal beam with the bottom of that mountain. And then when you've got it moves. When you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, possible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for, finally, easy navigation of the seas without, local landmarks, or to move away from shore for any distance, because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. And he was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium, the definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or 3 items, were grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that You just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the three, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that primarily at the primary and secondary levels. Like, I mean, how many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. We really work them hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have one course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God. Principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely gone the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which are 4 other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics, music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which is related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these two things were not really defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, the 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, you know what, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time, was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. You have to divide into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter, we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture when we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who was also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Judenhut, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which, because it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing even than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are depicted. Moses is here. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with a declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy. It's like a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that, too. Anyways, this is like, Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned, He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, with mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you have real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level than people like Petrus Alfonsi were out of a job, but there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell these secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around these ideas. Well, that's just kind of a cool sort of picture. Anyways, Petrus Alfonsus proposed a 7-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the 7th subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the 7th science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theurgic aims, philosophy, or perhaps grammar. All of this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. The astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, kind of iPhone their way out of the dial-up zone of history. But they're not exactly sure how to catalog it, how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur in Europe. Now, as I've mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars played, and Abraham Zacuto was prominent among them, was in bringing the wisdom that was originally belonging to the Greeks through Arabic and then Hebrew and into the Latin translation. You recall, since we're speaking in a Western environment here, we even have this term, the Middle Ages, and the reason why we use this kind of strange term, what is it the middle of, is the middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, the 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates and Aristotle and Pythagoras and all these brilliant Greek thinkers. And then you have this, it does pretty well under the Romans, and then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast, and all of Europe is plunged into the Dark Ages. Then you have the Renaissance, 1,000 years later, where it begins to climb out of the Dark Ages. So that's very true for Christian Europe, where you have that kind of big gap in the middle, a big valley. And the Middle Ages is like between those two peaks. For the Muslim culture, however, you can't really say they have the Middle Ages, right? Islam starts in the 7th century. They spread tremendously fast over North Africa, the Middle East, into Spain. They have tremendous successes in culture, in literature, in sciences. They eventually take the Greek wisdom and they do tremendous things with it. And so they've got kind of like an uphill climb. And then when they get to the 15th century and 16th century, that's when they start their decline. They don't catch up with the Industrial Revolution that explodes in Christian Europe. But they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, when you look at Jewish history, how do you put a Middle Ages into Jewish history? When the Christians were in the middle of theirs, we had Rashi, and we had Tosfos, and we had all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that a middle of anything? That's a peak in many ways for us. But nevertheless, the Christians were catching up when the Jews were bringing this wisdom to them in the Latin tongue. How was this done? Primarily through duo translations, in which you would typically have two figures, a Jew and a Christian, who would transmit this knowledge into a Latin text for Latin reading public. The Jew would know Arabic, sometimes Greek, and would know a Romance language, that would be a vernacular, and the Christian would know the vernacular and Latin. You also had some individuals who would know all three, but the majority of these translations were done by Jews in partnership with Christians. And they would do this orally, by the way. So basically, the Jew would be holding an Arabic text, and he would translate it into Catalan or Castilian or something like that, which was not in itself considered a suitable vehicle for scholarly transmission. It would be like translating it into Yiddish, and people say, Yiddish, what kind of a language is that? We're not going to be able to publish anything in Yiddish. Of course, that turned out not to be true either, but it was considered a joie. It was considered like a koine, a street language, a jargon. And so the Jew would translate it into the local language, the Christian would understand it, and then would render it into Latin for a reading public. And there's a tremendous amount of this going on. All kinds of books were being published with these dual translations. The Jew, by the way, rarely got credit for it. Usually the translation was only written in the name of the Christian translator, but in the introductory essays, they would often at least thank the Jew who was involved in transferring it over into the Castilian. This changed to a certain degree in the 13th century with Alfonso X of Castile, who said, okay, enough of this. Why don't we just use the vernacular? And he ordered the production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, really, including a few hundred years later, even Yiddish becomes a written language. But just to point out how ironic that is, my grandmother, Alea Shalom, who was born probably around 1910, we're not exactly sure because, the records, but she does remember when she was a little child, she fell off a train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. So we're guessing she was about 4 years old when she fell off the train, and that's how we get the year 1910 for her. At any rate, she, in English, didn't have a word for the Yiddish language. She would speak of it as Jewish. I'm speaking Jewish. And that's how she referred to it, because it wasn't considered, in her mind, it wasn't considered a real language, even though she had newspapers and she had Shlomo Aleichem and she had many other things. So it was just not considered real. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Alfonso X was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these things mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow scientists to figure out exactly the movements of the planets and the stars by cataloging them through these tables. Jews were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine tables, and Avraham Zachuto in particular was responsible for perfecting them in the 15th century. Okay, what happens with Zachuto? As I mentioned, we're just going to skip over the expulsion for now because it's way too complicated, and we'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senior, one of the senior figures of the Jewish community in Spain, who ultimately decides to convert to Christianity and remain. But Zacuto is one of these illustrious figures who, despite his great scientific and philosophical achievement, is not allowed to remain in Spain. So he flees, like many Jews do, to neighboring Portugal, and he continues his excellence in his field in that part of the peninsula. He's appointed to be the royal astronomer to King João II. I really like pronouncing that name, João. Sometimes in certain texts it's rendered as John, just to make it easy, but it's kind of João. Wow, I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of wow. Like, can you imagine when he was born, and the parents said, wow, it's a boy. But anyways, there it is. The wow. He was appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alphonsine tables, which at this point were 200 years old, and he apparently corrected all of the errors, which made it really possible for navigation to take place on a sophisticated level. It's also interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, we'll explore this more in the next two lectures, but the Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They were kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal, but in order to effect a dynastic marriage later, one of the conditions was the Jews have to remove Portugal as well. So 5 years later, largely to effect a political union, a dynastic union, the Jews were demanded to leave as well, unless they were to convert to Christianity. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted his many successes with a tremendous level of confidence, saying, look, you're working with really good instruments. You've got my copper astrolabe. You've got my perfected Alphonsine tables. You cannot go wrong. And in fact, Vasco da Gama did tremendously well. He rounded the Cape of Good Hope and visited India, and really, in many ways, initiated a tremendous amount of transatlantic ocean voyages as well, by using these kinds of things that Zacuto had pioneered. Okay, but as I mentioned, even though Zacuto had an illustrious career as an astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that point he sort of re-examined his bearings, and extend this astronomical metaphor, and he tacked on a totally different course. He fled with the masses of Portuguese Jews, many of whom were originally Spanish Jews who had moved to Portugal after 1492. He was captured twice, very difficult, ransomed from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis. Later, he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. He said, you know what? I'm no longer going to write about astronomy. He did complete one small book, but it was not one of it was just kind of like a memoir sort of work. And he wrote this book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a fascinating title. Yuchasin means lineage, from Yichus, that's the term we use in Hebrew as well. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. It seemed, and he wrote in Hebrew, although he wrote many of his other works in Hebrew as well, he chose to specifically devote Hebrew to this particular book. It seems that he sort of had a change of heart and said that I've given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and my people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness of Jewish existence as a minority in these states. And he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution, describing how Jews were moving from one location to another, chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite their contributions to large society. This is one of the early works in what the professor Salo Baran of Columbia University called the lachrymose model of Jewish history, in which lachrymose means tear-filled, in that we have this view of Jewish history as, we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time, we're doing so much more for the societies around us, and it's a very martyr-like kind of image. Which reminds me of a joke. Please forgive me if I tell you this one more joke. I know we're near the end of the lecture, but I'll tell you, this is a funny joke. So, my jokes are not by definition funny, but the joke goes like this. This is, I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you recall what it was like back then, so much shortages of consumer goods that lines would form everywhere, the drop of a hat. If they heard that a particular store was opening, people would stand in line and they would buy anything. They had Czechoslovakian shoes, only size 7. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would barter them in the various open air markets for things. So anyways, there's this lineup at Cherha outside a grocery store, and because they heard there's cucumbers going to be on sale. And everyone's standing there in line, and there are all these different nationalities, Russians and Latvians and Lithuanians and Uzbeks and Jews and all kinds of people. So they're standing in line, and the door opens, or the window opens, and the manager leans out and he says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks of cucumbers has broken down. It will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews, please leave the line." So what can they do? They pack up, they leave the line, closes the window. A little later, he opens up the window. He says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia, and we're going to have less cucumbers than we expected. So therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbeks, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line." So, they have to leave. This goes on. Lithuanians leave, Latvians, Poles, everyone's leaving, until finally there's only pure Soviet citizens standing in line. And the guy opens up the door and he says, "We just learned the last truck has caught fire, and there were no trucks arriving today, no cucumbers at all. Everyone, please go home." So he turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay. All right. So in many ways, the Sefer Yochanan, which is, we're talking now about a 16th century history, follows a model that we repeated over and over again by many historians. It's not the first of this series. You could even say that some of the biblical books follow within this kind of metaphor of the lachrymose model, where the Jews get all the breaks, said with a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the work of his maturity, the work of his old age, as he reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence in the diaspora. So, in terms of his legacy, we get a sense of the importance of people like Zacuto for understanding the Iberian reality. They were somehow, first under Muslims and then under Christians like Zacuto, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their societies. With a few exceptions like Maimonides, who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to great heights. We've seen already Chasdai ibn Chaput, the great diplomat, Shmuel Hanagid, who amazingly led a Muslim army for 16 years. An incredible thing. They should have a Jew doing this. And at the same time, writing an important Talmud commentary that's published with every tractate Berachot, even to this day. Yehuda Levi, the great secular poet and doctor, who at the same time is entertaining Arabic masses with his Hebrew poetry, with his Arabic poetry, and Ibn Ezra and so on. Avraham Zacuto is the last, perhaps, of all of these figures who are somehow able to bring these things together in a unique form, contributing both to Jewish knowledge through his Sefer Yochanan, and at the same time contributing to world knowledge through the development of the copper astrolabe and the perfection of the Alphonsine tables. What are the factors that made it possible? It's very hard to identify any that were present at that time that are not present at other times. I would like to hazard, however, that some of the things might be a sort of openness to society in the Jewish world that was not necessarily present in other periods. An openness, an idea that Jews, should not be closed off to any body of knowledge simply because they were Jewish. There was no idea that these scientific endeavors were somehow taboo because they were practiced primarily by Christians or by Muslims. Obviously, we don't have that many Jews excelling in Christian theology, or maybe we do, I haven't studied them, but that's probably, the big part of the reason for their success is this lack of fear of the toxicity of outside society. At the same time, as we shall see beginning next week, it was indeed toxic because the ferocity of first the Inquisition and then the expulsion is so unprecedented and so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened to any other society. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Christians, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought them down. As we shall see next week, it was the complicated relationship between the conversos and their attachment to the traditional Jewish community that ultimately made the expulsion inevitable to Ferdinand and Isabella, who were slaves to the ideology of the purity of the blood. That's something that we'll have to explore in much greater detail starting next week. I want to remind you that on Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we will have an amazing Jewish poetry reading from Professor Yoshua in November. I really hope to see you there. It'll be nice to sit with you in the audience and listen to someone else. And maybe he'll make some jokes and criticize them. But with that, I'd like to conclude the lecture for tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. Tonight's topic is a very difficult one, I have to say. This is not someone that I would necessarily choose ideally as our subject or as a focus. He is an extremely important figure in many ways, but I've chosen him primarily because he is emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews faced during the extremely terrible times of the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion. He'll be a foil in some ways for the larger discussion that will take up the bulk of our time tonight, which is speaking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews in 1492. I'm speaking, of course, about Abraham Senior, also spelled Senior, who was a very important financier and leader of the Jewish community in Segovia, Spain, during the last years of the 15th century. We have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, after spending so much time this week in particular being immersed in the Spanish Inquisition, but I will try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the joke about the guy who his therapist tells him it's time to step away? No? Okay, so the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish man who's been going to a very competent psychologist for many, many years. And he's worked through all of his issues one at a time, and he's really made tremendous progress. So finally, the therapist says to him, "Listen, Irving, you've been my patient for many decades now, really, and it's been a wonderful experience working with you, but I really think it's time to cut the apron strings and let you go out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back to see me twice a week like you have been for so long." And Irving says, "Well, gee, doctor, I don't know. I mean, this is a big step. Without regular contact." So listen, I'll tell you what, Irving. I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, and you can call me anytime, 24/6. Anytime you have any kind of a problem, just call me. Doesn't matter. I will answer, and we'll work it through. But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So Irving, he trusts his therapist. He says, "Fine." So he goes off on his way. A couple of days later, there's a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning. And the psychologist wakes up, groggy, says, "Hello, hello." I says, "Doctor, it's Irving. I had a terrible, terrible night. I need to talk to you about it." And he says, "Oh, no problem, Irving. I'll help you out. What happened?" He says, "Well, doctor, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother, and that you were smothering me, and that you were controlling every aspect of my life, and I couldn't make a single decision without, consulting with you." And so the doctor says, "Well, what did you do?" I said, "Well, I woke up shivering and shaking, and I figured I'd better go settle my stomach. So I went into the kitchen and I sat down. I made myself some tea, and I had a little breakfast. I had, a couple of pieces of Melba toast, and then I called you." And the doctor says to him, "A couple of pieces of Melba toast? That's what you call breakfast?" I think it takes a little bit, right? It takes a little bit. Okay, all right. Thank you for listening to me. It makes me feel better. Okay, let's do the good and welfare. First of all, tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Cyril Alvarez, who has been watching these lectures for quite some time. He's quite expert in this particular subject, far more so than I believe. He's been doing genealogical research on the Senior family, which is actually quite extensive, especially after the conversion. When they take on the name Coronel, it's actually quite an illustrious family for many centuries. So we're very grateful to him for sponsoring this lecture. All of these sponsorships go, of course, to our scholarship fund, which has raised now almost $11,000. So we're very pleased for that. By the way, we will be starting, God willing, after the new semester, a whole new series focusing on the Sephardic diaspora, including as well Mizrahi Jews and their traditions. And we'll be seeking a whole bunch more sponsorships at that time as well. Very important reminder, tomorrow night, the tremendous event, we're going to have a poetry reading by the incomparable Yehoshua November, who is a professor on our campus, a very beloved professor teaching English composition in particular. His poetry has been published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary magazines, and he'll be signing copies of his latest book, which was incidentally a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us a sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will all come, because we've spent so much time discussing poetry in the Andalusian period. Let's study it in the Brooklyn period tomorrow. So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time. There will be sushi and other foodstuffs to entertain us. Okay. In terms of the academic resources for tonight's lecture, I've relied very heavily on the research of Professor Chaim Beinart, shown here. He was born in Russia in the 1917, an auspicious year, a century ago. He served in the Latvian army, and then immediately after finishing his service in 1937, he made Aliyah to study at Hebrew University, serving also in the IDF, in the intelligence division, and ultimately he became a professor at Hebrew University. He served as the Dean of Humanities at Ben-Gurion University of the Negev, and he retired as a distinguished professor once again at Hebrew University. So his analysis is extremely important. If we were to concentrate narrowly on Senior, in one of his books that I used for this presentation, he has about 100 densely packed pages of fine print text going through every little scrap of financial records of the Senior family, which is, quite stressful for even a historian to go through all this level of detail. But really, he is the #1 go-to source for this period. Okay, so what's the basic biology, the basic biographic data of the individual we're studying tonight? He was born probably in 1412. We're not precisely sure of that date, but his eventual conversion to Christianity occurred in the year 1492, and according to contemporary accounts, he was somewhere in his 80s, perhaps late 70s at the time, so that's where we get that date. He was a major Spanish financier, Rab de la Corta. He was the official financier to the Hermandad, which is an important institution in the Spanish government. He was essentially a tax farmer, which was a very important position in most of the medieval economies. Basically, a tax farmer, because we live in an era when the state deals with us individual level. It's funny, I just updated my W4 today. The state, because they deal with us as individuals, numbered individuals with our social security numbers, they tax us directly and immediately and frequently and often too much. But in the medieval period, taxation was conducted through communities, a corporate nature of society. So the Jews as a whole would receive a tax assessment, and the tax assessment would have to be calculated and paid on a communal level. How the Jews themselves collected it and distributed it, that was up to them. Similarly, the idea of being a tax farmer is that the king could give typically a Jew the responsibility of collecting the taxes from a particular estate or a particular region. And let's say the king set that amount at, let's say 100 ducats, just to pick round term, if the Jew were able to raise 110 ducats, then the 10 ducat profit would remain in the possession of the tax farmer. And that's essentially what tax farming was. So we're going to look at the specifics of his role in the economy shortly. His adopted name, once he converted, was Fernand Nunez Coronel. He was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernand. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. If you know Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations because they were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy at the time. His son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who is referred to frequently as Rabbi, so he evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Hernan Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. In less charitable accounts of his life, in Hebrew in particular, the term senior is sometimes punned negatively as sonei or, meaning in Hebrew, one who hates light, i.e. he converted to Christianity because he hates the light of Judaism. That's the derogatory use of the name. As we shall see towards the end of tonight's lecture, it's a considerably more nuanced and complicated decision. And if anything, as a historian, our goal tonight is to try and give some perspective as to what must have gone on in his mind. My job is not to give a value judgment, but at least to provide some information and context for others who may wish to engage tonight. This is incidentally his signature shown here. We have, in terms of our source base, a tremendous array of sources, but they are almost all financial in nature. Bills, receipts, lawsuits, of which there are many, royal commands to Signor, and summonses if these commands were not followed directly, and so on. But we know very little about, for example, where his family is from, even his own birth date. A lot of his family issues are simply lost because our source base is essentially financial and governmental. So here's the basic problem that affects to a certain degree Judaism, but especially affected the Christian world, and it was very significant for many of the processes that we'll be discussing today. And that is basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Ma'alim b'kodesh v'lo moridin. One ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant at this time, then they are a Christian, that's it. They cannot get back to Judaism. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you'll recall the most tragic of these stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in the 1840s in Italy. And in fact, apparently Steven Spielberg is working on a movie version of the Mortara affair, a very sad story where there was this Jewish household, and they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy, who I believe was about 6 years old at the time, I think his first name was Arturo, I'm not sure exactly, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid, who loved the boy very much, she's a live-in maid, she cared for them, she loved the boy very much, she was worried that he was going to die of the flu, and he would go and, because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. And so therefore she secretly brought him to the church and had him baptized. Just to protect his eternal soul. It happened that the child recovered, but the maid happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy had been baptized, and amazingly, the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family, and despite and this is 1840, this is pretty much the modern era, despite the best efforts of the family and international Jewish pressure, Moses Montefiore was very much involved, They were not able to exert the release of this child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery and becoming a priest and engaging even in some Jewish proselytism afterwards. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. So certainly in the 15th century, we're going to have this problem. So the church is going to be trapped in this ideology, just like Ferdinand and Isabella in particular, that once Jews are converted, even against their will, even under duress, they nevertheless are within the purvey of the church, and they may not be returned to Judaism. This will be the problem that we will explore many times. I would also like to say one more word, to a certain degree, as a kind of a prologue. My first encounter as a historian with the Spanish Inquisition was ironically through the Holocaust. This important book, The Destruction of the European Jews, is one of the great initial studies of the Holocaust by a very important historian known as Raoul Hilberg. Hilberg is certainly the father of Holocaust studies, certainly the father of Holocaust history. He dove into the Nazi archives, and he wrote this massive 3-volume work, which essentially dissected the very mechanics of the bureaucracy of murder. And it was a fascinating study, a landmark study that has shaped all Holocaust historians afterwards. He's been criticized for relying too heavily, perhaps, on Nazi documents. He downplays, for example, Jewish resistance and things like that, but that's not our purpose today. What is useful for our purposes is that in the very first chapter of this book, he essentially compares the Holocaust to the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And he says that the roots of the Holocaust may be tied to the events we'll be discussing today and next week, 500 years earlier, which I always felt was a stretch. I always felt like, oh, come on. We talked last week about the lachrymose model. As they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it's the same. I thought it was a real stretch to say something that happened 500 years ago in a medieval environment is really what happened in the Nazi bureaucracy in the 1930s and 40s. But in fact, the more I study this period, the more I see that in fact Hilberg's argument holds a lot of weight, in my humble opinion, and perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this as well. The element that I'd like to identify tonight as perhaps the defining similarity between the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition. And it's not the
When you get like the videos, this is my cut. And the coding came in the end. He got that. What the fuck is this? This You're gonna pet them too. Oh, from that emotion. Dude, Grand Funk Railroad is fucking amazing. Grand Funk Railroad is fucking amazing. I did like a shot of food. So much fucking content. This motherfucker up. It's true. What is this? Well, well, we're out there, kids, and I love it every day. But where on the other hand? Yeah. Yeah, not getting out of its complete issue. Your house. That's pretty funny. Oh, man, you're just fucking amazing. Oh, you're really good. So, I have selected legs and beautiful. How about you? Excellent. It's needed. How's your job going? Like, you, you're gonna quit your job at the store? So, why are you leaving the, why can't you go to that? Is it possible?
The purity of blood argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology.
Yeah, no, yeah, like you don't have to be. I've seen one picture and regular pictures in my entire life because I had the opportunity of getting it and to get on the fucking influencers account. Like, every hot chick up. You won't be the judge of jack shit. I'm the judge of beauty. There you go. Oh, like, not that describe her, but she's really pretty. No, I'm not. What the fuck are you talking about? Chinese merchant, I can't stand that about you. Make these little comments that you don't think people hear, you think they make you feel powerful, and honestly, it just makes you not want me to be around.
Ideology that even when it was counterproductive, even when it was financially ridiculous to even contemplate expelling the Jews, nevertheless there was this inescapable quality of the Inquisition that ultimately forced them to expel their Jewish population. Okay, very long introduction. Let's look at the history itself. We have to go back.
Chinese merchant, I don't worry if you use any kind of derogatory ad hominem in the past. I'm just going to be very nice to you and say, this isn't going to work out. Okay? Not nice to tell people. You said some kind of psychological, um, some type of psychological diagnosis that you have no idea about. Honestly, you just have absolutely no clue what you're saying. You think you're cool, and when you use that type of language, you're not. You actually look very immature. You're basically saying to someone, look, I'm so smart, I'm able to be able to tell you what your psychological diagnosis is, and Don, dude, today's merchant, big nice.
Century prior to the expulsion itself, to 1391, where you have a Dominican friar very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vicente Ferrer, who was simply one incident after another rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He's even condemned by the church on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he continues speaking out and in provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time. The church has to deal with a widespread, primarily illiterate lay clergy, meaning the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people often have no ability to read the holy texts that they purport to represent, and they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in the human panoply of psychological illnesses. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true. Please don't believe these people. That's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still, will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness that we may have discussed last year, the Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved, albeit in a second-class state, but there's no grounds in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's usually the expression of the underbelly of the church, often egged on by people like Ferrer, but it's not at all church teachings. The church is still, religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked a good question, but I have a feeling that it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture and take questions then, because I think it will be hard to sum. If we were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, it would take us a long, long time. But just to answer your question anyways, because that's really where I'm holding, the doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming, because only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's a different story. So under Ferrer, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversions. We don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. So you have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly convert to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives when the church does have this position that now that you're converted, it's a zero-sum game? You can't move backwards. You have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope, because the papacy itself is under considerable strain, and there are several people running around, all claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways that they can leverage popular support is by appealing to these subterranean urges in the wider population. Benedict the 13th is actively promoting these ideas, which leads to still greater numbers of forced conversions. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine for yourself, you're a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either be baptized or be killed, and that's what was happening in 1391 in the riots. And now what do? The riots are gone, peace is restored, and just go back to living Jewishly, or are you going to be a target of another attack by Ferrer? So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally as Christian, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. So you go back and you check in with your Jewish relatives, your Jewish compatriots, what exactly is going on Jewishly. If this goes on for a generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder because people are living more and more openly as Christians, and they have to, with some subterfuge, go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at this time was they started distinguishing these new Christians, we're going to explore the terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews, because they knew that they're going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen in this case. So we also have to note as well that in 1414 there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation at Tortosa. Disputations are a medieval phenomenon that Spain pioneered. The most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Nachmanides represented the Jewish side. By 1414, however, the church had got it down correctly. They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that the Jews could not possibly get the upper hand like they did with Nachmanides. And so you have a process. The Tortosa disputation was almost 2 years long, and it was a pageant. It was like Jews were forced over and over again to go listen to these debates in which the texts were very seriously limited. Jews were not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, who of course were all Christian, would declare the winners, which were invariably the Christian interlocutors, and they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they have to hear, 50 forced sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to, hear preachers coming into their synagogues and preaching the Gospels. Or on Sundays, they would have to actually go and show up in church, and they would take attendance. And they would make sure that Jews forcibly listened to these Christian teachings. You also had the burning of the Talmud, and generally a crushed morale. I mean, you have a population that's feeling extremely, besieged, beleaguered, with no hope really for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. The Visigothic period in the late 600s was also very much like this. And added to this, you have war fever, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding apace. They're making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. You can see the Alhambra in the background there, and here is Ferdinand and Isabella. And even the facial expressions, the Muslims look kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How has everything changed so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the complete Christian control of the entire peninsula, including Portugal, this means all of a sudden that there's this sort of feeling like we can control it all. We should therefore impose a kind of a purification of the entire system. Kind of like when one political party holds all three branches of government. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's just keep going on. That's not a good comparison. Okay, so in the 1470s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who are backsliding in their faith and adopting Jewish practices, teachings, ideals. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting, in Latin it says, Exurge Domine et Judica causam tuam. This is actually a quote. It says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews. So I had to look it up until I found it here in Psalm 74. The motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elokim, Riva Rivecha, Zechorcha Patska Mine Navo, Kol Hayom, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the verse is, remember the insult you receive from base people every day. Meaning, go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these lowly people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these base people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them appropriately. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here. An unusually wicked person with a tremendous zeal for torture and the various measure the various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that have made the Spanish Inquisition so infamous. You can imagine that it was probably a lot like the 1930s in the Soviet Union, where a family of new Christians would be isolated, arrested, put on the rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into them in detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Uriel da Costa from last year when I go into a much greater detail. And they will be forced to give up the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing new Christians, and so many other Jews who were associated with them. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It would, however, spread rapidly, because let's just understand, who are these people, these so-called new Christians? That's the term I've been using. So perhaps the most neutral term we can use is converso, which means converts. Right? That's a term, whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against their will, it doesn't matter. They have converted to Christianity from Judaism. Christians called them new Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christian with those who were originally Christian. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of demeaning tests of faith to demonstrate what we would call in Latin the term bona fides. Right? Maybe you've heard bona fide, as that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fides means good faith, meaning that they are, in fact, what they purport to be. The new Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were untrustworthy. The Hebrew term used is anusim, which means literally those who are forced. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who was raped, anus. The term marrano is a derogatory term, means literally pigs. Obviously, this is used inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto-Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret, crypto-Jews. All the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that these persons who are suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured. They'd be required to confess and name names, and then they would be sentenced, as in this famous representation by de Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing, and also as fitting punishments for the conversos themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic was called the San Benito. You can see them here in these pictures. They're clearly very dejected. In some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, the being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of a few years. It is amazing how concentrated this was in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. So it's an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was, inexorable quality because they were not backsliding Christians, they were believing Jews. However, there was all fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional Jewish ideas, Jewish education. And so from the 1470s on, in particular under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in literally ghetto environments so they would not have any physical contact or communication with conversos. So you have the conversos being exposed to the Inquisition forcing Jews to be isolated by local expulsions. In one case, an entire province there, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions in cities in order to separate them from Jews. And by the way, according to the Abramson rule of history, you can see there's a clear economic upside for Christians in this, because all of a sudden, Jews, who typically are a highly urbanized people, and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're early settlers, this all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that can be used for the crown, or for local officials, and so on. You can send them out. You know, they may live in Midtown, and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there, or the Upper West Side, Upper East Side, and say, listen, from now on, you have to live in place. I don't know, Brooklyn? No, Brooklyn was Flatbush is already, this is Gavaldic here. In some other place far away, like across the river to that other state over there or something. That would be the kind of model that we're talking about here. Okay, let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham Senior in more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there are several figures who are at the top of the financial pile in general society in Spain. Abraham Senior was one of them. Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who we'll speak about next week, is another. Very different choices during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with his people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of this next week, by the way. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servi camerae. What this Latin term means, servants of the royal chamber. What exactly is that talking about? So I'm sure you've studied the feudal system. Back in high school, you know, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. Or in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of their crop to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where the produce was not such great, they would have to do something called corvée, which was meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupied in society. Then you move up from there, you have the burghers, the city dwellers, who engage in all kinds of professions and crafts, and they are usually organized in guilds, which prohibit Jewish membership, but they are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen. The original idea, the theory of the nobility is that, and this is a traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could not defend themselves from nomadic attacks. So they sort of appointed a certain class to be the warriors, the knights, who would protect the peasants' depredation. And this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society. And the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer, and the peasantry became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you had the king. So the big, and oh, by the way, one other very important estate is the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Pope in Rome, but serves the entire population. Now, the big question is, where do the Jews fit into this system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They are kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guilds. So what exactly do they do? Aha. So this is where they get the job, Servi Camerai. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve in the royal chamber, as it were, meaning that even though they could live in Huppetsville, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because something called the Law of Gratian, which is the church canon law, which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The Law of Gratian says that Christians can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital to try some, brand new venture and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a reading of a biblical verse. So the Jews could function as moneylenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital through usury. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is usury. It is a really hefty cost. So Jews were moneylenders, which were a highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century. And when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to invite them back 3 times as well, because they couldn't manage their economy without this institution of credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending. They generated a lot of capital, and the king could tax that capital, which was highly valuable. That meant that they were protected, for the most part, from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in York in 1290, then the nobility would simply expel the Jews, and that was the easiest way to get rid of the debt. Then you have to invite the Jews later to make up for the lack of the credit in the economy, but that was the idea. So the Seigneur family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh. It's like you take all these bankers, and they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews, and if you make them Christians, was wird sein? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these new Christians are not allowed to engage in exchange of interest. And what about all the debts owed to these Jews, which are the income base for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money. If they get converted to Christianity, he loses the yeast of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dubno, the Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry, the minor nobility, and then they will be drawn out and the water will be squeezed out by the king. If you can't use that sponge anymore because you've made it into a Christian rather than a Jew, how are they supposed to engage in this? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on, where they're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are you supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? Proved to be a very difficult problem, and ultimately Abraham Senior and others were able to hang on to the very end and enjoy royal protection, primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we shall see, here's a very powerful and moving picture by Emilio Sala Frances, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the writ of expulsion to Ferdinand and Isabella, sitting coldly in the background. There's no question they were completely involved in invested in the actual drafting and completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering of the Jewish population. This is the Edict of Expulsion, the last page of it right here, and with the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I do is actually read to you a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages in total, but I've only selected a few passages. And I think it's quite illustrative of what the church was thinking, Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So there's a bit of a preamble, which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, king and queen. It goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down to the Jews, meaning they're letting this is like a general alert for the entire peninsula. And then after this preamble, it reads, "You know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our realms there were some bad Christians, Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, whereof the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the cortes which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of our realm." And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. This is like referring to the local expulsions. In other words, they're saying, we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Jews and new Christians. "Thereby is established and made manifest the great damage to the Christians, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication which they have held and do hold with the Jews, of whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways and means they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith, and separate them from it, and attract and pervert them to their cursed belief and opinion." Note, by the way, when he says Christians here, the edict is actually referring to forcibly converted Jews who are now called Christians, but they're the ones who are the problem here. "Instructing them in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe according to their law, taking care to circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they can recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must observe and do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat that has been slaughtered according to their right, teaching them about what they must avoid in foods and other things to observe in their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and in giving them to understand that there is no other religion or truth save that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also of those who were corrupted and deceived by them." So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are torn away from their communities, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering Ferdinand and Isabella. "We, with the council in the regard of certain prelates and grandees and caballeros of our realms and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewesses of our realms shall leave and never return nor come back to them or to any of them. Upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses of whatever age they may be, who live and dwell and are in our said realms and dominions, as well as the native born among them, as those native born in any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1492, that comes in the present year, they shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that they do not dare to return to them or to be in them or in any part of them, whether dwelling or in transit or in any other manner, under the penalty that if they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms and dominions, or to come to them in any manner, they incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by that same fact and law, with no other trial, nor sentence, nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. It's an incredible statement. It's chilling. And we command and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever estate, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive, shelter, or assist, or keep publicly or secretly a Jew or Jewish, or Jewess, after the said date of the coming end of July, and hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and other hereditaments. Meaning, if any Christian gives refuge to you, they suffer complete confiscation of the entire property. And it goes on, but you get the basic idea. It's a complete, utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and move toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced conversions. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move it forward. This is what some, to go back to Hilberg, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the Nazi bureaucracy of what they call the ratchet effect. That if you're familiar with, those wheels that you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something, they have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. You can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot put it backwards. You can only put it forwards. And so they are forced, step by step, to the inevitability of an expulsion. The Seigneur family indicate the documents that we have, and by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret, with very few people in the Jewish community, even the most high up elements, Abravanel, Seigneur, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. This is something that Ferdinand, Isabella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven, completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Seigneur had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, his huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law and almost all of his children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very poorly sourced, but there is a legend that says that Queen Isabella threatened that if Seigneur did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, as we shall see in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. It's a poorly sourced legend. Not entirely clear how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, I forgot to mention that Seigneur was also very much involved in the initial shidduch between Ferdinand and Isabella, which shows on the one level just how high up he was in their esteem, and at the same time he could not absolve himself of this horrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but we can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and to go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, he'd invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community. In many aspects, that was his role. And this is a massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions and millions of the equivalent of dollars involved. And all of those things, to give those things up, must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. We do have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities. But in the end, all we do know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Reina, apparently did not convert. She went into exile. Although there's one possibility that says, in fact, she did convert. That's the name of Rabbi Meir Malamed's own wife, but most likely not. So the aftermath was complete economic chaos. Baynard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the peninsula, now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who moved to Portugal. We'll study that next week, what exactly happened to them there. It's also, unfortunately, a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated in people like Senor? So one of the things that the church had to the crown had to take care of right away is all of the debts that were owed to Senor, and all of the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population. The crown claimed them. So in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, the debts would then be forgiven. They got a huge, boon from the government. They were wrong. It's from the government, probably never come. And the crown put Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks, really, till the expulsion took effect. So Senor was charged with the task of collecting that debt, which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's a tremendous number of court documents indicating the displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Meir Melamed, ended up passing away shortly for his father-in-law, and Abraham died sometime in 1493. There's some mystery surrounding the specific circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of the Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were simply not made up, and the general economy of the region took a turn for the worse, which was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which will be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown with a lot of new funding that was not present before. So that's basically the story of this very sad period. Next week, we're going to look at Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who was a heroic figure, like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied. He's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship. He wrote a major commentary on the Bible, for example, and that's to this very day. And hopefully we'll be able to move on to a very dark period with something of an up note. But I thank you once again, as always, for your attention and your endurance. Have a good night. Rabbi Abarbanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I mean, I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life and his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. You'll see here it is. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms. He's also a sponsor of my most Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century, the same birth date as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been. And he passed away in Jerusalem just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography of Abarbanel, Abarvanel. We'll get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son, Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the idea. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments tonight. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senior last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Raoul Hilberg, I really thought that the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition and the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Ben Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that's quite possible when you look at the dates. Hilberg, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work, because that's where you see the thesis developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it? Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And in our, here at Touro College, our the chair of our history department, Toba Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester, right? They have to take it again. So there's another quip that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some eerie parallels. This is a 17th century edition of an auto da fe, a mass execution, burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity like rioting and so on, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class that saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues, they were unprepared for the results, because the ongoing trope, the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die. And as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. In some cases, even suicide. In other occasions, it makes it a little bit more complicated than just the binary choice of convert or die. There are two other choices. One is pay us lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is or run away, flee. So the burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews kind of unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue, though, it was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given the choice, perhaps we should form a convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish identities. And the burghers, argues Netanyahu, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy, because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of the restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement in the professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they were confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology, these almost Christians. They had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? Christians and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect Christians. We're not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christians and they're not really practicing and they're going back to their Jewish roots? So you had to inquire as to their bona fides, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, to the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in extensive relationships with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week, Netanyahu's thesis. There are others who disagree, particularly with the economic component of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. Because if you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century of Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, we see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the rhyme of history, perhaps. Late 19th century and the 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews who chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that, not religiously, but socially was untenable. The Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country, that there was this kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in the media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads under the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing of restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And and obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law that they had to deal with, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal, and it's the kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in our own days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic, which is, of course, Yitzhak Abravanel. We should begin with, how do we say his name? But Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. Of course, he was active in Spain, Portugal, Italy, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet, you have a lot of different variations, and 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, and so it gets even worse. How exactly do you pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel, And when I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Apravano, she said, who? And I said, Abarbanel. Oh, like the wine, right? That's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is perhaps, if you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel is a popular song. Abarbanel, ba ba ba, Abarbanel. Heard it. But the probably correct, I'm following Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abravanel. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all with tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the community. His family originates in Spain in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather, Shmuel, converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abraham rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion. It seems to have been something of a blight on the family history, so you only find out about it from sources outside of his own writings. He received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. And we'll look at what those things are momentarily. But first, let us understand a little bit about, why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had one of the most intense anti-Jewish persecution in memory. One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled in, let's say, France and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. And one of the areas where the king did have significant power and could wield it over the church was the institution of servi camerae. You may recall we discussed this very briefly last week. That's basically, the term is Latin and it means servants of the chamber, meaning the royal chamber, an institution in which Jews reported directly and exclusively to the king. They did not report to local nobles. They certainly didn't report to burghers. And so as a community, whatever revenues they generated through tax farming or commerce or whatever could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were an extremely valuable institution because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, according to Netanyahu, the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, who could allow this against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, when Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic union with Spain, unifying the peninsula, the rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, we will give you a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kosher your house for, and koshering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abravanel was right at the center of it. But in his early years, there was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a well-placed and rather brilliant young man like Abravanel. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of nobility, the House of Braganza. This is the he became Alfonso I, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? He received a thorough grounding in rabbinics. And if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive oeuvre of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course, much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was into text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious texts. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe de Leon, and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year that Mashiach came. Quite disappointed to live past that date without Mashiach. At the same time, again, in typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive and thorough education, secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards the Neoplatonics. But nevertheless, we're talking about a person who was truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, one of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his liberal attitudes towards deriving arguments from sources outside of the Judaic tradition per se. Okay, so in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of this stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or we shouldn't say pioneered, he led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery. And this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities where they would be seized by pirates and then put on a slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market. And Abravanel raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sum to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery and then ransoming them back. And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, question. Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words? Not so easily. When you go online, you can do it. Let's try this here. Control plus. Yeah, sorry. Students, what are you going to do? They write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a lone of an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Spain, in Portugal, to give to finance a particular war effort. And he himself gave more than 10% of it just from his personal coffers, rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own in many other fields, as well as Jewish leadership. And he maintained in touch with them even when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, and managed to reunite with them towards the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, and he's active as a political and as a communal figure, a very serious success as an economic figure. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague. It was devastating the Iberian Peninsula. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abrevano's fortunes dramatically. His successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Some say it's Joao. I like to think of it as Joao, as I think I told you last week when he was born. They said Joao, it's a boy. I can't do that joke. But Joao II, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. Complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no landed estates, no massive treasury. And here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état c'est moi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king. And Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The 2 obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abrevano was one of the primary figures that was supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in the sights of Joao II. What happened was Abrevano was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way he stopped at an inn, and they learned that in fact the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Abrevano put 2 and 2 together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. In fact, going to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he crawled across the border and made his way into Spain safely. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop. And it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with, I think depression would be too hard a word, but he battled with his fate that in some ways, ironically echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Abrevano anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom. And in fact, shortly after he spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of a plot to kidnap his 1-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him. thus claiming he was a Christian, would have to remain in Portugal, and then Abravano would be forced to come back and meet the new king. But he was nevertheless able to spirit all of his family out before that happened. He poured his energy into his writing, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary on the first three books of the first post-Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work, which is still studied to this day, the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, to put it in times and space, typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. The book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. That means that this book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. Just an incredible output and genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial output, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying, he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. If you could imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman, Senator Lieberman, writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible, and saying, yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton. We had this problem with, that's sort of what this like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and very gripping reading. He has a lot to say about the discussion and so on. Of course, given his unique talents and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and he was allowed to retain his Jewish identity, of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion. And he entered service in their court. So now he's in his second royal court, where he was essentially the third in command economically. The king and queen were jointly the head of the government, and Abraham Senior was the principal tax collector. He was third. He worked directly under much older Abraham Senior, and he rose to tremendous prominence in Spain, having been into tremendous prominence in Italy. But in Portugal. As we discussed, that was short-lived. We're talking about basically a period from 1483 to 1492, which is the expulsion. 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain. Amazingly, Abravano and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. Netanyahu writes about this at great length. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli wrote The Prince, Ferdinand was his model. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, apparently, or infamous for, listening to people without betraying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the writ of expulsion. Abravano attempted to stay the expulsion. It was just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July, and we're talking about a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Abravano raised a massive bribe offering it to the king and queen, hoping that that would stay the decision. It did not, unfortunately. There's one famous scene, which unfortunately Abravanel did not write about. We don't have his own words, but we do have some third-person accounts in which they believe Ferdinand was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they felt that if they could appeal appropriately to Ferdinand, then he would rescind it. But at a key moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to me? You should be speaking to the Queen Isabella. And they saw an opening and said, oh, so perhaps it's not Ferdinand. All we have to do is speak to the Queen. The Queen owed a lot to Abraham Senior. He was apparently very much involved in setting up the original marriage, and they thought that they had an in with the Queen. And so Abravanel and Senior went in to make their last appeal to the Queen. The Queen, however, was of a single mind with Ferdinand, and she famously responded by quoting verses from the Bible, which are ironically quoted in the same context in the Talmud, that to the effect that the thoughts that the king has are planted there by God. That only God can really inspire a king to act. And Abravanel, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless. So he raised himself up to full stature, and he just blasted Isabella with a withering rebuke, saying that this would ultimately be the end of Spain, that any nation that dares to persecute the Jews ultimately finds doom redound upon their own head, and he walked out with his dignity intact, at the very least. Unfortunately, that didn't help. The expulsion went ahead, but nevertheless, he did. It's a famous oration that we only have in third-hand accounts, but nevertheless quite moving. Unlike Senior and his son-in-law and the family who chose to convert to Christianity to retain and ultimately retain their position and authority and wealth, Abravanel chose to go into exile with the Jews, even though Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and to continue in his economic capacity, as he did Rabbi Simeon. So this began a period of tremendous wandering that took him to the end of his life. He's already now in his 60s and 70s. He left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre, crossing the Pyrenees in Europe proper. Later, we're going to have massive communities of Spartan in Amsterdam, for example. He chose the less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well on this map because there's so many arrows here. But he ultimately decided to come to Naples, Italy, and many other Jews that we'll discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries, Ottoman Turkey. He had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so he and his family made their way originally to Naples. Naples didn't work out that well. They were fortunate to be accepted. There are 3 ships that the Abravanels were on, one of them, and the Jews on the ships contracted the plague. And so in Naples, there was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees. Many of the other ports would not accept Jews at all. To even think of accepting Jews with the plague was exceptional. Nevertheless, they were moved by the plight of these beleaguered Jews. They did, in fact, accept them and ultimately cared for them in Naples. And when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary, continued through many of the other books that we have. War, however, interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monopoli. Wandering for many years, spending sometimes only a few weeks or a few months as war progressed and closed off many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, writing on the ritual of the Paschal Lamb, the Paschal Sacrifice. It comes down to us as a commentary on the Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and messianism in our times. And at this point, under the influence of one of his sons in particular, he was very taken the Kabbalistic trend that we spoke about with Ibn Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic, which he believed would occur in 1503, as I mentioned earlier. Ultimately, he was saddened and mistaken. His last major stop was in Venice, where he actually, yes, that's right. Yeah, definitely. You still have illegal communities. You still have isolated coastal communities. I mean, Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. So there's many, many exceptionalists. And mir fragt kein Scheiles off a map. You know, you can't really ask questions off something as rough as this. But Jews were, in fact, migrating to these places. The whole story of the Sephardic community in London is particularly fascinating. We'll explore that, though, in the spring semester. Okay, so weiter, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice, and I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of his stay here. Remember, we have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his seventh decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but like, for example, he wrote an entire commentary in the book of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migrations. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to one of his sons. So he rescued it, and in fact, we have the rescued copy today. But, you know, incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? At Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of a king. Specifically, the issue there, and it's really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. Here's the situation. These maps here show the Silk Road and the spice route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can, you know, this is before refrigeration. Spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and in points east, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced, but it's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light, and has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth. China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name Spice and Silk Road. But the thing is, there are only 2 routes. There's the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria. And then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands, and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland, either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean. And one of the most important things about the economics of the Silk Route and the Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just stands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at every rest stop. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You know, you want them to sleep as long as possible, so you don't have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but let's go on. So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama, you'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zacuto and the astrolabe, the Alfonso tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous trip. And this put Portugal suddenly way forward, and their economics boomed as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through using a lot of the shape and wind patterns. These are really dangerous turnaround here, and then make. It took him a while, back and forth, but eventually got to southern India without having to make all of those toll stops. And so this maritime route to India, which was relatively easy for Portugal to dominate for at least the first half century, suddenly gave Portugal a chance to make a phenomenal amount of money in the international silk and spice trade. And this made Venice overnight irrelevant. It's like trying to sell, VHS machines in the era of Netflix. Netflix is all over. You know? In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in, let's say, 1990, VHS is kind of like a digital recorder that wasn't digital. I don't know why I bothered telling people things like that. But anyway, so Venice was freaking out when Abrivano landed there, and they didn't know what to do about it. So Abrivano, amazingly, he came up with a plan, and he suggested it to the King of Venice, saying, hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal with Portugal. You'll have to take a bit of a loss because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice some of your profits, you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently very tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. And they elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal. If you can imagine it, Portugal, that originally he's exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as our emissary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route. But nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual this must have been. This is the third set of kings that he has served and risen to the very top by dint of his own personality and intelligence. So when we think about Abrivano as a whole, and we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what he has written. The true brilliance of Abrivano is in his writings. The combination of his political insight, his depth of experience, and his intellectual acuity really come to the fore. His writing is very crisp and sharp. I find it slightly loquacious, largely because he has a lot to say, but it is absolutely fascinating exercise to go through his work. This particular edition, which is the edition I own, has a real advantage in that it has shoulder notes, meaning you have, rather than trying to go through pages and pages of there are little shoulder notes that give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic, now he's going to talk about this topic. It's much easier to zero in on much more specific points. But nevertheless, this is an individual who in many ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate with kings without embarrassment or fear, and at the same time, absolutely true to the tradition and presenting a broad-minded view of Judaism that is compelling and appealing even to this day. I really enjoy doing the research and learning a lot more about the life of Yitzhak Abrivano. It's fascinating, and especially so interesting to see how his life contrasts with Abraham Signor's. And when they were faced with the difficult decisions associated with the Inquisition, and especially the writ of expulsion, how do they handle those things? But Abrivano really comes forth as such an incredible hero, phenomenal proportions. I was really motivated by him. made me feel a lot better about my own peregrinations. My wife and I observed that in the first 7 years of our marriage, we moved 10 times. And that was solely for the sake of, pursuing higher education. It was in 5 different countries and several different continents. And, we could do it because we were young and we had the energy, and it was all for good things. But for Abravano, to be able to, put out such a tremendous amount of material under such incredibly difficult circumstances, all I can say is really motivating for me that I've got to finish my next project really fast because I have so many things I want to write. Anyways, so good and welfare. Oh, one more thing. I also, just reflecting to myself, what I take away from this particular lecture is the incredible parallels with Nazi Germany in the 1930s. I mean, I never took that seriously, but I think Professor Netanyahu and Professor Hilberg really have a case to make there. And if you haven't seen the lecture on Abraham Senior, please go back and watch that because you'll see how I presented the initial part of that argument. And today, of course, we discussed how Netanyahu approaches it. Maybe it's something we'll explore in greater detail in a future lecture series. At any rate, this is the week of Hanukkah. The first lighting is tonight as I'm making this recording. If you have yet to choose Hanukkah presents for your loved ones, may I suggest my new book, which is right here on the. No, here it is. I enjoyed writing this book. I think it's a very meaningful one, and it gives people a chance to picture the cover and stuff. It gives people a chance to learn about the tremendous activity of the Pia Section Rebbe, something very dear to my heart, and I hope to do some ongoing projects in this. And otherwise, I really hope you have a fantastic holiday. We're going to take next week off in order to be able to enjoy the holiday, and then we'll return on December 25th with the final lecture for the fall season. Thank you very much for joining me as always. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Jews of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 12 odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, and we will, as is our wont, tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives. The life of Benvenida Abravanel. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abarbanel Abravano family. I'll show you her family tree, and there's some interesting sort of difficult skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. Global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews in Israel in the first century. And they were able to become an international community far more than any prior diaspora, as we shall see. And in many ways, their activity articulated the notion of a world Jewish community more than anyone prior. Well, I'm also very grateful to be able to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lecture such as this. But we quite a bit of material on Benvenida Abravanel, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life and especially the gendered aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. As you can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin and the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We'll look at the crypto Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust by Sephardim. That is also, as I wrote in one article a long time ago, an occluded history, because so few scholars have really studied Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Chait, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorships. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship enough. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, we're hitting about 2,000 views a day, which is kind of an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, specifically engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the pushka from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give, some proppers to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, working with, and there's no monograph-length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Ben Benita Abravanel. So we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Howard Svi Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on her that is in the Jewish Women's Archive. We'll also rely on Professor Renata Segre's article on the Mendez and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Malkiel wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable will of Benvenita Abravanel's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that, I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Torah library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians, because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can we get you the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro, indicated here in the Manhattan campus, got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all of the Torah library staff, particularly in the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained on the internet, so I stopped telling jokes, and then complained on the internet, hey, where's the jokes? And then most recently the complaints I'm getting on the internet is, you have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web. And people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. I mean, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time, meaning I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right. but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started. David has led a really profligate life. He has visited houses of ill repute. He has cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed, and the rabbi comes to him and says to him, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made and all the bad choices you made and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan. You should denounce Satan who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay. Not so funny, but like I said, first time in telling it. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abravanel dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abravanel. So let's place Benvenuta, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenuta, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzchak Abravanel or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people. Spain and Portugal went on to Venice and many other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. A few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak Don Isaac Abravanel had a son named Samuel, and his brother Jacob had a daughter named Benvenuta. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500, and the two of them married. So they're first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word, the laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not nearly practiced so widely. At any rate, she comes from the Abravanel side through both her father and through her father-in-law and husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letizia, Yuda, Yaakov, and Gioria, and there's more to this story that we'll reach later. She lived her life outside of Spain, of course, because the expulsion occurred in 1492, and this story occurs right in the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because, you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're, of course, expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath when you speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for a few decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of the Congregation Sharas Israel here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 23 Jews, do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese? I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? I mean, why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese. So I would like to prefer as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall that there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese. Why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions worked. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you will recall, was directed at Jews who had converted forcibly or otherwise and were secretly Judaizing or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith, of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were they exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And so therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. When we get to the Portuguese point, then I'll pause for a question. When the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit. And forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jewry per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disabilities. The two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Albravanels, who were Sephardim, who had never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese pressure placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things, and we will go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal, you can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Abravanos fit. They are the old Jews, the Sephardim per se, not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this dichotomy more in later ways as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel, Shmuel, was referred to in local municipal documents, non-Jewish documents, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on. Depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was a various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like good Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in Ancona. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those, the first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they're Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then, the whole cycle starts again, as we've seen. The second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's a really beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Il Bronzino. Beautiful kind of arresting figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive Benvenida's erudition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised, it gives us some indication of what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanos to evade that expulsion as well. The joke that I had right here is, I'm going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenita's student up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness, for example. And then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turns out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews. That is the technology of printing. Benvenita was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of minutes. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society. But all of a sudden, you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. I mean, we're talking about a period when you have the scene between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog, that you could write something, you could get it out there quickly, cheaply, people can access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing it for the technological advantage that it gave a society. Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have in general are written in Hebrew. This is the era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. Really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Ferrara was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendes, because she gave apparently even more money, was this book that we'll study next week, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, which was a piece work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You have lots of stateless peoples who are wandering around the Mediterranean basins. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benvenida is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. He was able to, 1,000 Jews who were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately. But in Benvenida's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Pidyon Shvuyim, of rescuing and redeeming captives. The kinds of things that she was doing there. One other thing was really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Benvenida was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Reuveni. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Bainey was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins. And there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan. Perhaps he came from part of Africa. It's still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews that were called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming of the Messiah. So Reubeni went from court to court saying that he had the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcements from European armies. He would actually take that huge host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim controllers. And this was something which was seen with enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously. And Benvenida Abravanel also, he she supported him financially. She supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here. It doesn't zoom in there, in which it has the 10 Commandments emblazoned on it, and he made kind of like a striking figure, wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming this. When he met with the Pope, perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, "You know what? I think you should go to my relative, King João of Portugal." I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying João. So go to him, and he'll help you out. So he went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and excoriated. Goes to King João, and King João goes for it. He says, "You know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count on me." And while he's there, he meets a young new Christian named Diego Pires, who was a young man who, again, this is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Reubeni this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He immediately said, "I want to follow this man. I want to get close to God through my Jewish roots," and so on. He circumcised himself, and he followed, he became Rubeni's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho, which means called Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation on the Prince song. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that seems to, in itself, herald the arrival of the Messiah. He went to the Pope where, because he was a Christian, returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rubeni spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly King Juan thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenita's life, and that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of the world as a whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenita's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there, but they were tolerated because of their association with with trade. They were, it was an extremely important port, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. The Paul IV took over the region in part of a conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of these Portuguese Jews who were, again, they were technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping the Iberian Peninsula. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, you recall that she was a very important and powerful woman as well, who was of the Portuguese extraction. She was furious, and she argued for a very strong response of world Jewry. This was rather unprecedented, if you think of it, in the 16th century, for someone to be suggesting this. She argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews should no longer use Ancona as a port, and they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benita, on the other hand, disagreed and said that, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more poorly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, it did not need to be pointed out at the time, Mendes herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Abravanel had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold. It did not have permanence. It certainly did not move Pope Paul IV to change his positions whatsoever, but just the very chutzpah that a Jew should suggest a international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of this story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of Benvenita's story. You will recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature, Sheilot Teshuvot in Hebrew. This is when there's some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice or about changing social mores, and a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores. And the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot, besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information. They tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. So for a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious dispute over a will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida Abravanel. And David Malkiel has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points it specifically to her. So we know that the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Oliver Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family dispute, that children fight over the inheritance. That never happened when my father, Oliver Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But anyways, here's the story. Samuel, the husband of Benvenida, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. May have been malpractice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies. I believe the year is 1550. And there is immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. The sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale e bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant. But anyways, the firstborn male was this son Isaac, who was only a half sibling to the later children who was born to Benvenida. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Benvenida. It was not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at this time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law would be Pi Shnayim, which would be twice the size his younger brothers, the younger brothers' shares. However, another very well-respected principle in Jewish law is hamotzi mechavero alav lahevi araya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravanel dies, Benvenida produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? She said it's because it had lots of embarrassing things in it, and it did. The will itself is a very unusual document in many ways. We're going to explore two specific ways in a second. But one of the things it says is that the heir to Shmuel's property is not Isaac and is not his son Judah, it's Benvenida. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other sons receive the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by these sons. This is, when you read the Torah and you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancients, you always imagine, I shouldn't say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men, either in the shadow of their protective father, their protective husband, or in this case, their protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in Halakha on what does it mean now that women have economic independence? What does that mean for many of these issues? And it came to play here as well. And not only was Benvenida named the heir of all this property, she was the executrix, meaning she could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. Did they marry women that Benvenida approved of? And there's a lot of conditions attached to this will that was revealed, again, 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money that's associated with this will, you imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates-sized will. And maybe I should say, who else? Who's a rich Jewish guy? Okay, there you go. I don't know. Let's go on. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner will embrace a big amount of money. So it immediately became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Mipadua. Rav Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are two elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where he says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him the payim that the Torah refers to, the double honor. Now, this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halakhic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to traditional law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it, and did not really even bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how can you disperse so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to bring this about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional law boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish of recording the will? So one of the reasons why there was a hava amina, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was this enshrined principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law of dina de malchuta dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires the will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upheld. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the affair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. And so as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel Abraham. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions involved and a lot of swearing is going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Benvenida. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of the life of Benvenida Abravanel, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto-Jews, these Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora, perhaps entirely unprecedented nature and scope, in that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory, were located in many different countries to a degree that we never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, in migration, where they tended to, make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered. Literally, the word in Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism, tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sfaradim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting, secure notion that Sfaradim have of their joint group identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in the 1970s. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and I think it's wonderful to be back in the spring semester when we talk about the Sephardic diaspora. Just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, if my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character to it, specifically that the term Spanish in the 15th, 16th century referred to the Jews, the old Jews who had not converted, and the term Portuguese was kind of an allusion to those Jews who had been forcibly converted and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, if that's the way that term was used, and I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Maybe what the meaning phrase is, I could be totally wrong, but maybe the meaning of that phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past. It was a difficult time. We understand the horrible persecutions, but you're fundamentally part of the Jewish people, and we want to include you in our congregation. I mean, if that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, etc., I think it's a very, very beautiful concept and sentiment. Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking with you then. Take care and have an excellent week. Thank you, everyone, for coming. I'm glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is usque. However, when I looked it up online, they said asque, which means not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say usque, it's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He is one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a converso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usque, his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benaroff families. I'll just read what it says here. Whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians, brief period of time in early Al-Andalus. And also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good end whistle thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night. Gear up, because the following week we'll be studying the Chidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to these lectures possible. And the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. And sponsored by visiting this website, bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always grateful for your presence here. that gives me a tremendous amount of chizuk and makes me feel like it's worth doing the research for these lectures every week. Tonight's lecture is going to rely almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and in Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nonetheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usque, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So that's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. Which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. Published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendes. We'll return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. But this is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works, and to make sure that certain ideas did not circulate too far. For some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendous negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when Usque came out with this particular work. You can see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to evoke the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those in details. And the kind of the banner around here says, my hope I place in God. You can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Erev Yom Kippur or something, I don't know, but it's like you put the specific date that it's published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, Yamach Shemam Zichram kept such incredibly detailed records, and they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, to whom, and who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, There was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they had retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for those. I see a few new faces. Some of the audience members here are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we have a pretty good time, I think, by the end of the hour. You recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, not technically speaking directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized forcibly or for social mobility, for whatever reason it was. This is referring to Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish but had been converted, who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman Catholicism. And so the Inquisition was trying to root out those new Christians or their children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren who were not abiding by the tenets of Catholicism. Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews as opposed to the new Christians who were allowed to stay. But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected, correctly, of continuing to maintain contact with these so-called new Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice to these forcibly converted Jews who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who are suspected of harboring Jewish beliefs. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. Hence you have this distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who are called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who were called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandes, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simeon Ruiz, who lived in London, and Fernandes had already under torture given up this name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Ruiz, had given Mr. Fernandes a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies. You'll notice that the word here has to be included, printed, because this is opposed to handwritten book. And what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which the sons of Isaac suffered and said that they must not lose confidence nor be discouraged because God would send the Messiah. And this is undoubtedly a version of this book that we hold here straight from the amazing Avenue J library downstairs. There are a few errors in here, like, for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna. Oh, no, this is correct. I'm sorry. Beatriz de Luna, the wife of Diego Mendes. Those are the Christian names of Gracia Mendes, Dona Gracia. We'll read the dedication shortly. It was written in Portuguese. There was a quarto that refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ. He asked for penance. And the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance, and in order to ensure his safe passage of the world to come, they accelerate it with the fires of the auto da fe. But clearly, this is a reference to the underground circulation of this book among new Christians, and we know from many trials that it circulated both in manuscript copy and in printed copy, and it was painstakingly written out in full from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained, a message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. Now, it tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, as I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese. It was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish as a language to convey his message, but he felt he really wanted to reach the most desperate of those Jews, those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish, between being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century. And also, it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the Verso community.
You're doing another fucking concert? Oh, no, this is Paul McCartney. Is it? Psych, bitch. You just play one of them. Just play to get it down. So much. You love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me. Oh, what the fuck, dog? Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm in the middle of something. Maybe that's easy. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely girl in the middle of something. Dude, you gotta do the fucking thing. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely girl. And you understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe nobody sings it right where I'm wrong. The baby, I'm amazed at the way I think you do. Here we go, kids. But I actually don't like this version. Do you? Actually, dude, you could do a concert. Another one of just love songs. Just love songs. Baby, I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Baby, I'm afraid of the way I love you. And baby, I'm afraid of the way you help me. And baby, I'm afraid of the way I really need you. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man. really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a man, Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm the only one that could ever have. Still be understand. Maybe I'm a man that could just with me all the time. Maybe you're a kid of the community. I'm saying the song. Happy and baby, I'm music the way I really need you. Hey, yeah. Oh, no. I love this fucking song. Everything to see. Tell me why you're so right. Tell me who you are. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm afraid of how me. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm a man. Maybe I'm a dog in the middle of something. Maybe that's really understand. Like this song too. Is that really how that works? So it's like this. If I don't want to see it this large, I have to go down and it stops it. Stupid system. Here's how it works. Maybe. Oh, definitely how it works. Stupid fucking system. Dog. Oh man, I could sing that fucking concert. I love that fucking. Come on. What do you do this fucking rat, dog? Hey, you right? How many people see your show? So yeah. 153. No one's. Francesca, you get this fucking hilarious. This is so much. Every 10 hours, it feels like I love it. Why? Are you done? How about that? Are you good? No, this bitch is fucking good. Dude, single fucking content. Do the whole thing again. Who's this thing? This kid got some hot chips. How did that end on your website ever? No, that's not like a thing. I don't think chicks go. I mean, good. Shit. Like, the hottest mix. And like, who's number one? Oh, it's just let me spam her. Thanks, girl. You're so sweet. Yo, dog. Shit sucks. Right now, just do a whole concert, baby. And this. And we'll just do a concert. But what am I going to say? What should happen? What if you create a thing that just posts to a title that why do you like that fucking song so much? I just like that. This fellow is dripping like this.
That's tight. What? Tight is
Oh, baby. Listen to my You're on down. Me. Yeah. Sure. Voice. Fuck. No, dog. baby. Oh, right. So, hey, wow, I made like 1,000. I have to bear from shit. This shit sucks. Enter phone number. This way. Enter. Okay. I like my second phone. No. System. Represent United Kingdom. 782 452 799. Hi, huh? Invalid phone number 4462 452 7 29. You look human, but I'm sexist motherfucker. Invalid phone number. Verify your phone number. Just go. Come on. In future, people, all this wasted time, everything's going to be like bang, 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 bang. You're going to have defaults. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to change all the technology. Really? This shit sucks right now. Come on. Oh, send the fucking code, man. My number. Dude, I don't know. Just send the fucking code, I guess. Wait, are you a human dog? What the fuck? Yeah, I just am. No bot is doing this. Wait. This is just the worst. The worst. Dude. Did I end it correctly? This is okay. Please send code. Verify. Do it. Alright, February 4th. Watch this shit's gonna work. Motherfucker. Some American chicks are like, oh, I know how to fucking do this. Fucking music started. Hold on. One. Why? Because we're the best. 229. Alright, send. It's not something. Dude, this is the worst. Wait, are you a human? Yeah, dog. Verify your. This shit is the worst. Zero, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Password. Dogs. I don't fuck. I really don't fuck. Is it that? I don't fucking know. Did I do it? Wait. Well, this is the worst. No wonder no one likes me. The worst. Hey, What is the status? Stop this shit. Dude, stop. What are we chatting about? No one knows. Stop. This is the worst. All right. Are you done? This is so sick. Now what? Turn on the camera, dog. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, yo, can you hear me? I don't know. I don't think any- That shit's not working. All right. Here we go. Let's get my playhouse. If you would like to listen to Rabbi's World Peace Concert of Love Song Karaoke, please come to the BC. But YouTube. I like how you go on camera. Oh, wonderful. What up, Mafia? How you living, Ken? Hope you're amazing. We're about to get this bad boy going. If you like love songs, you're in the right spot. We're going to start it off. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, type. If you can't, what else? All right, here we go. First song. Maybe I'm here. This goes out to everybody in Maya's Playhouse. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to the world. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you hold me up. You put me on the line. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I need you. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's never had. I don't understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's never had. Me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you hold me strong. Right here when I'm wrong. Maybe it's the way I feel. Next up, this one wonder. Next up is Marvin Gaye to all. Shout out to Marvin Gaye, Chemtrail. Yes, to get your eyes keep wanting to. I took one look at you, and it was plain to see you were my destiny. Your arms open wide, I threw away my pride. I sacrificed for you, dedicate my love to you. I look to you, good and good, you're right. You can do it. You'll be there to push me to do it. Oh no, look for us. We got love so much, that's enough. You're all I need to get by. I need to get by. I keep a protection's nest, for you are in my best. Stand by you like a tree, beg anybody to try. And then in you I found strength when I was torn down. Don't know what's in store, but you give me anything I need. No, but it's got you a little higher. No, I'm so beautiful for you. We got the right foundation. Let it love and to reach your all. Your I need, but not a little more. Your on the sun, on the your, your I need, you're all I need, you're all I need to get by. I need to get by. Hey, all I need, you're all I need. Come home, please, please, I need your love. Next up, we have a day. Listen, baby, mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me. Matter where you are, no matter how long you been, just come my name. Yeah, you don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no time now. Ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep from getting to you, baby. Remember the day I set you free? I told you to always count on me, darling. That day long, I made a vow. I'll be there where you want me, always somehow. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep getting to you, baby. Oh no, darling, no wind, no rain, always it's cold inside me, baby. Oh no, cause you were my baby. I'll be there when you go. Just say for me always. Ha! My love is alive, woo! But down in my heart, although we are miles apart, if you ever need help in hand, I'll be there on the double just as fast as I can. Double check, ain't no time, love, ain't no valley, oh, no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you. Baby, don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough? Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from Oh, Marvin Gaye, everybody. Next up on the Marvin Gaye section of our list, we've got sexual healing. Baby, I'm hot just like an oven. I need your love, and baby, it's getting stronger and stronger. That's what I get that feeling. I want to go feeling that you my baby makes me feel so fine. Helps me my mind. Sexual healing, baby. To do for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. But you to God, I'm falling. And my most of you there is something I can do. I can call the telephone and call you up, baby. Honey, I know you'll be there to me. The love you give to me, you know and you feel it. No, I can't tell you, darling, that it's sexual healing. Get up, get up, get up. Let's be love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. What you do me right. Hey, baby, I woke up this morning. I feel so it's a me. Hey, baby, I'm capsizing. The waves I'm rising and rising. When I get the feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. Before me, sexual healing. It's such a rush to be with my mind. Before sexual healing. Before me, sexual healing. Healing for me. Yeah, it's so good. You have it. Oh, listen, oh, just grab a hold on my body at night. Oh, I feel it. Open up and let me in. Oh, there's something I can't wait for you. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Because you do it right. And you operate. Let's go down to that's enough. Here we go, guys. Music day to celebrate the chocolate covered candy hearts to give away. The kiss of spring, the song to in fact, it's just another ordinary day. No airplane, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of June. But it is something true. Made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I just called to say love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. The sun is high, no one to ride. Like one tender August night. Oh, I will breathe all you. Now it's time for birds to fly to the sky. No day comes, Halloween. No giving thanks for all the Hanukkah they bring. With what it is, oh, I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I love you. I just called to say I love you. And I need the rise of my heart. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I feel. Yeah, I do. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, of my heart, of my heart. Next up, we got Stevie Wonder. No, everybody, this song, I just make it up. Hey, hey, I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I wore her top shoes and shirt tails. She was in pigtails. I knew I loved her each day. No, I knew I could disapprove it. My bum who it. And I told them time and time again. And don't know I was made to love and the world all around her. Yeah, hey, hey, hey. She's been my inspiration. So the peach she ain't, but the love I gave her through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My love can see the through the years. I know that my baby loves me, my baby needs me. That's why we made it here. I was made of worship and adore her. Hey, hey, hey. I don't think I love just women, but I love my baby, love my baby. My baby love me, my baby needs me. No, I ain't going nowhere. I was knee high to a chicken. And the blood get if this whole crumbles, if this whole world crumbles, outside I'll still be standing there. You know, I was made to love. I was made to live for her. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to love her. The world all around her. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to be, Rabbi ain't never gonna leave me. Oh, hey, hey. Next up, my cherry. La, 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 cherry. lovely as a summer day. My cherry, you're more distant as the Milky Way. My cherry, you're more pretty than the one that I adore. You're the only girl in my heart. How I wish that you were in the cafe, or sometimes on the crowded street. I've been needing you, but you never noticed me. My cherry more, you tell me how could you ignore that behind that little smile? How I wish that you would. La 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 maybe someday you'll see my face among the crowd. Maybe someday I'll share your little distant crowd. No, shall be a more. You're that I adore. You're the only my heart before. How I wish that you were mine. La 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 This is the feedback for bachelor. How about good? Or not? I would take this on my good. Really got it all. This is gonna be good. Uh, my love. And life is good. Oh, you are mine. Rothschild. Shout out to Eddie Jones. But that's they're gonna say, "Kid, it's perfectly imperfect." All right, now what? We are gonna sing some very white. You have more lyrics to this than uh, we'll see how it goes. Really? Yeah, I don't know the lyrics to this. Why? Because I'm usually busy when I'm playing Barry White. I'm not actually. Let's just be honest. Here we go, guys. Just relax, spread them. Let's go. Just you and me. We got it together. My first, my last, my everything, and the answer to all of my dreams. You're the first, you're the last, my guiding star. Some kind of wonderful, like you are. Yeah, only one of you. There's no way they could have been two. You're my reality. Evermore. You're my first, you're my last. My every time. You are everything. Don't you everything. You see, it's true. You must be this way. You. The day I die, you're my reality. I love you. You're first. You're my last. Every time. I have to talk over this part because people flag me otherwise. So just if you're out there, know that you're cared about. I'm sending positive vibes to everyone out there. Shout out to all the Hanas, all the Sarahs. Shout out to all the Mias, all the Mayas. Shout out to all the Ginnels. Shout out to all y'all. That is only one of you is no way. They could have made two. You're my reality. You're my first. You're my last. My everything. Shout out to all the homies, out to all of the Riptides. Shout out to all of the Gatheras. Shout out to all the Leas. Shout out to all you bitches. I love you. I can't wait to meet you. Really? Oh, it's going to be the best. It's going to be the best. We reunited and it feels so good. Feels good? Yeah, it feels so good. Here we go. Don't you love it how I'm just like, hey, I'm going to do my own karaoke concert, and I don't really know what really. Oh, like I said, I'm busy with it. I'm not memorizing it. Notice, like, I know the lyrics. Part, is this your playlist? No, it's close. It's not even, it's related. But no, there was a certain art to that part. Crazy. Yeah, and if you think it's the one on Spotify, I think that's called like Milk Mix. That's different. All right, are you done? You're done. CNC remix? No. Don't they just have him singing songs? Like, to all of the music you out there, you have archives, like huge libraries of your artists, and frankly, young people don't know about them because you're sitting on these treasure troves. If you put them out there, people would watch and become diehard fans. Buy T-shirts, buy perhaps like in the future you can have like a projector concert or like a hologram concert. There you go. So just know that you guys are really nice. If you make the art available to people, love it. Whoa. Here you go, bro. Ah, can't give it up, your love, baby. I know. Can I get up and your love, baby? Oh, baby. I'm not used to. No matter how I try, more you want, more you do. And baby, that's no lie. Oh, what can I be made? What am I gonna feel? I didn't need so much. I'm gonna feel still. Got to love you good. Gotta love each time. Like, I feel that face. It's so much therapy. I feel your face. Do what you got to do now, darling. I can't get it up your love, baby. I know, why. Can't get it up your love, baby. Oh, you feel it. I try. Baby, that's so loud. Hey, what have you done to you? I really want you. I just on my mind. It's the same old feeling. Every time I go here, I feel the change. Something moves me. I feel you on the street on there. Do what you got to do now. How am I? Oh, baby. Can't get enough your love, baby. Oh, can't get your love, baby. Yo, that's how some girls. It's the one you think I'm saying. How much you let me know if you really need just reach out and how much so looking for an answer. Staying right together. Hold on a minute. So I can call my love. Exactly what it sounds and how it's open. I can't you do me. Just keep running her. How much you let me just playing this afternoon, Sally, but I'm out of milk and coffee. Never mind sugar, and you only need to get happy. Just be, come on. Come on, sugar, let me know. Just be trying to hurt me. Come on, put me away. You know, yeah, yeah. Yeah, sure. Earlier, I had this catch and movie. Mention it. Like Jerry Rice catching bricks. It was just unreal. All right, this song did not get enough. Ready? This makes us the number one in the United States and the world. Milky coffee, never much sugar, and what's wrong if you never you think I'm sexy, my shot, you know, if you really need to just reach out and touch me, come on, tell me so. Let's get this girl a number one hit. Come on, last I saw she was working on a farm with her best friend. Look how many dog breaks she can get. Anyway, it was a simpler time, kids. It was a simpler. Oh, um, that was now. This is a song that um, I can see it. This one. If like a lot of people don't know the song, it is an amazing, amazing song, and I don't know if I know how it is. Was on that list. Not Milk Mix, the other one. I have a bunch of them, but like, there's one. Everyone who knows me at one point in my life will be like, oh yeah, that's the most fucking famous playlist ever. Ever. Hello. You're my heart, in my soul, in my breath should I grow. You are my lover, you're my best friend, you're in my soul. Love for you is impossible. I stand for you, but that's tigers. Yes, minus your beauty, elegance, complexity, being yours and me and play. Song ever written in my heart, to my soul, with my breath, you are my love, you're my best friend. Let's say in the glamour, it's part of the glamour. You can go on streams, you got it, you're the best thing. Many of things. Never has it ever broken. So the warmest thing I ever found in my heart, you're in my soul, you're in my breath, should I hold? You are my life, you're my best friend, you're in my soul, you're in my heart, you're in my soul, you're in my breath, should I grow? I'm love, you're my best friend, you're in my soul, you're in my heart, you're in my soul, you're in my breath, should I grow? There are some lyrics in that song that are just great and funny. He's caught in the corner, but your every skateboard's dream. This, just for me, this song has some of the best lyrics in the song. There's another one. It's why don't they put the lyrics here? But why is that so hard? I don't understand why lyrics aren't every. This has been an issue for like 50 years, maybe 100 years in the music industry. But they don't put lyrics to this stuff. Wherever you should put the lyrics. Why? Because then you don't have rabbis stumbling over and stuff, making up lyrics to decades-old songs. But we like it when you do that. All right. So what's your lyrics? Like I can go to AI and have these lyrics like that. Why doesn't someone from like one of these giant corporations? These things are so big that they're technology corporations, they're media monopolies, and they're like, anyway, so why don't you just give me the lyrics? Like Wikipedia, why don't you have the lyrics? Why doesn't Wikipedia, any place that I expect to have the lyrics to every song you do? Oh no, you want to know chart performance? Yeah, I want to know that and the lyrics, bud. I don't understand why lyrics are so secret. Okay, you're ageless with grace and kindness, beauty and elegance. You're a rhapsody of harmony. You're a symphony and a play. You're every love song ever written. Like I'm how do you know? Um, you're a symphony. And you ever saw people like, yeah, these are all you never do anything. All right. Do the songs in Florida that you want to tell us lyrical journey. I don't know. Oh, Vikings beat the Colts. Well, that doesn't help my fantasy team, which is second. But I'm going to tell you what. I'm not my fantasy players out there. I rejected you again. It's a bad year. Literally no better team out there. No one's put more work into a team. I was doing my fantasy drafts in the summer just to turn out with the DFL team. So many. There's literally someone who doesn't even touch their team. And I tried every single day, every like for hours. All right. All right, here we go. You have to answer. Okay, so there's a lady, Patty Boyd, and she thinks that these songs are about to match and might be joy. Really? Yeah. So, from course, I guess I should just tell the way I was at a Chicago, and a friend of mine, I just overheard them that I was here, and I was here, and I felt around, and we overheard them saying something that this, I think I heard saying something that was my first grad, said something. Maybe this is first grade, something. Oh, no, this I think my friend was saying, my friend is saying, like, the song we made was by Eric Clapton and Britney. And I said, no, it's not. It's by Derek and Dominic. And my friend said, that's something like that. And then I told the story that that song was written by a woman. And I enjoyed, and the same woman did something really like, and the way you described it. I said this is you look wonderful. That's I said though at the time at the Shabbat, and the way you were connecting, I thought about it for a second. I said, you look wonderful. And then the movie, maybe I can put it in test that movie. And, and I said, um, the next time, the third, is like the same person, but I would think that's coming from my back. Could be you, could be you. Really? Yeah. Here we go. Oh, hey guys, do you remember when we were like, hey, Rabbi, can you start this song at a minute 3? Do you guys remember that? Right? Something in the way she moves, that's her life. Something in the way she down. Oh, I believe it now. Keep knows that I need to do something in this time. Now it shows me I gotta leave it now. No, I believe it now. You're asking me where my love grows. I don't know. I don't know. Stick around and let me show. What is really good about that story, there's a lot more to it. I could go into it right now, but I remember my roommate how he didn't tell me that. And I actually put someone at that table. I have some cabinet, and I'm in five. It was a wild shot. I'm telling you, this one, it was in a right? Yeah, it was in a go. Uh, 57, maybe 57, 80. Suppose 57, 80. Right. That was a bunch. I got some Welsh spots coming up. All right. So, I want to do this. Oh, I remember. I also do this weird thing, but later, I know like all this weird stuff about this song, like right at this moment. But later, like, the, the, it's something. I know this weird thing. Let's check that. That could be. Yeah. And that he wrote this song about her with the song Layla, wasn't that written about like a middle-aged woman, a woman from the Middle Ages, I should say? It's like a poem from Muslim war. The song Layla by Ricky by the Panther, down. Not only was I right on that sukkah on Shabbat during Sukkot, but actually tells a Persian tale of the story of Layla and Manjum comes from Arabic literature, not specifically about Middle East. That's not right. It's a chat. Okay. It's Arabic. Is it a Islamic poem? Yes, the story of Layla and Manjum has roots in Arabic culture. All right, there we go. Here we go, kids. Why why do they make it so difficult to find? Like you would think that they would just be like, "Hey, Bob, last I'm like that fucking rabbit if you try." So I can help them everybody in my playhouse. Uh-uh. You know, like, oh, let me see the light vision. I gotta do that fucking like normal. Listen, I gotta be able to do it. Let me do it when you get home. Nobody from the other side. Because of your foolish cry. And you're wrong. That you're very but darling, please, darling, won't you reach my word now? Find you consolation. I you down. Fell in love with you. The whole world upside down. Lay that lay darling, please, lay around. I've heard how. So never found way, never found the way. The whole world upside down. Lay that lay around. Baby darling, please, lay around. Won't you keep my baby? Back in time, now won't you keep my baby? But I want to win. Like later. What? So then, Eric Clapton ends up doing the first one again on MTV Live. Really different song. Yeah, I can spot it. Why don't you show it on MTV? MTV Unplugged. MTV Unplugged used to be a thing. Kids, MTV used to be a thing. Everybody would after school run home, would just sit in front of the television, watch TRL and stuff. They had NP like cars. I didn't know it was shows. These companies don't understand that they just look at the bottom line, but they don't realize that if they invested in their art, they could make these things so much bigger. I mean, it's like the person who did the unplug, they're still not making money off of it. But guess what? It's going to be so big. Eric Clapton's going to make money off of this. The George Harrison estate's going to make money off of it. If you watch. Darling, please, my word. Boom, boom, boom. Try to give you consolation. You know I fell in love with you. You turn my whole world upside down. Baby, you got me on my knees. Begging, darling, please, lay low. I don't want you to leave my worried mind. You didn't mess up the situation. I'm going. You come to home. You can come. You can lay low. Got me on my knees, lay low. Begging, darling, please lay low. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Lay low. Got me on my knees, lay low. Begging, darling, please lay low. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Be on my knees, lay low. Baby, darling, lay low. Darling, won't you be my lay low. Got me on my knees, low. Baby, darling, please. Darling, won't you be my This is for my future life. Okay, so what would you do? Okay. It's wondering what clothes to put on you. And she asked me, "Do you want to fall back?" And I said, yes, you love to walk with you. Every time this beautiful lady is walking around with me. And I feel wonderful. I feel wonderful because I see the love like you. And the wonder of it all is that you just don't feel my you. Now, gotta make it happen the way you do it. You should be good. That's what I'm saying. You Thank you, babies. All right, are you done? I could sing love songs all night, everything, but and I don't know. However, we do have to stop at a certain point. But it's time with a love song, and then go viral. Okay, let's say for you back. No, let's say back. Yeah, we done with one of my favorite ones. Oh, all with the that's the natural cover. Yeah, and I just remember it was I never in a million years would have think about all this kids. I'm not in the woods. That's what the Hey guys, hey guys, hey YouTube. I don't know what it is, but I've done this 2 times now. You would think that they would have some kind of quality assurance, like, oh, this is a normal person, but and then it just starts happening. I don't get. I don't think truthfully. How do I say this? I think that the technocracy and everyone working for the technocracy is lazy. Agreed. If they weren't, they would be standing up for women, specifically on the issue. We have to be self-aware. I don't believe that we should be able to discriminate on the basis of the color of someone's skin or on the content of their skin. I'm able to do this right now, and nothing's going to happen. But if I were known as a girl to the world, I would lose all my accounts. I would lose my ability to provide for my family just based on antiquated thinking. So for all the women out there, know that someone's out there who loves you and is standing up for all people, especially women. Standing up for love, baby. Love, 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 love. That can't be done. Nothing you can say that can't be sung. Nothing you can say. Nothing you can know. Nothing you can say that can't say. You can do this. You can learn how to spend time. It's easy. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love. Love is all. All you need is love. Do, 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 do. All you need is love. Do, 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 do. All you need is love. Love, love is all you need. You know that isn't shown. Nothing you can say that isn't shown. Nothing you can say that isn't see it. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love, love is all you need. All you need is love. Together now. All you need is love. Everybody now. All you need is love. Love, love is all you need. All you need. Love is all you need. Love is all. 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 Bing, bing, boom. All right, kids. That's all we got for tonight. Why? Hey. Any other stories you want to tell us? Or something? No, dog. You think that it recorded? Fuck, dog. Really? I thought that would be worse. Fucking concert. Really? We're talking. I'm gonna read it. Yeah. Dude, fucking thing.
They guarded this treasured book that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. Let us, though, now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place Usque's specific work within that context. So you'll recall, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not in the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible case of Edgar Mortara, who was already in the 19th century, was kidnapped by the church because the maid in his home, thinking that he, as an infant, was going to die of scarlet fever or something like that, she had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually kidnapped him and never returned him. He grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing with Jews. Steven Spielberg is coming out with a major motion picture about the Mortara affair, which is certain to be a blockbuster. At any rate, you've got in Spain now this massive population of Jews who are forcibly converted and now have free reign in the economy and society of Spain because they're no longer held captive by the restrictions that were associated with their prior Jewish identity. This was very upsetting to the social, political, and economic order, and especially because many of these continued with their traditional Jewish practice and associations, marrying with other new Christian families, sometimes even with Jewish families.
nature's type your beauty and intelligence. You're a rhapsody of comedy. Your every love song ever written.